Test one, two. Sound check. One, two.
Merci. We're going to get going in about 2 minutes, get underway in about 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get going in about 15 seconds. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth Joint Planning and Housing Committee meeting and Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee. First, I would like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, may we get a roll call, please?
Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Kitts. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Vice Chair Kelly.
Present.
Chair Brown.
Here.
And Chair Leeper, you have quorum.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm told our quorum is 8 today. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as item 4.1 on today's agenda. For the item just mentioned, only those entitled to a right of appeal in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on May 15, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. I'm not sure that's entirely relevant, so I don't think we're going to be adopting any official plan or bylaw amendments today. There are no declarations of interest that were filed. Does anyone have one to put forward? Nope. So we're going to move straight into the only item on our agenda today, which is the new zoning bylaw, the second draft. It feels very much like we are starting to really approach the finish line quickly. I think it was 2019 that we first would have accepted the growth projections for Ottawa, from which the growth management strategy is built, from which the official plan is built, went through the entire rigmarole at the province, came out, I believe, a little over a year ago with the first draft of Ottawa's first comprehensive zoning bylaw since amalgamation, and now here we are today to receive the second one. So I'm going to turn it over to, I believe, Ms. Reddy to take us through the second draft.
Thank you very much, Chair Leeper, and good morning, Chair Leeper, Chair Brown, and members of Joint Committee. Draft 1 of the new zoning bylaw was released about a year ago, and following 10 months of public consultations, we're pleased to bring you Draft 2. Staff reviewed hundreds of comments from open houses, virtual workshops, and written submissions as part of preparing the second draft. A summary of comments received is included in a 330-page As We Heard It document, included as document 12 of the report. A few more words about the report. The report recommendation is to receive Draft 2 for public consultation purposes. The key issues we heard about during public consultations are summarized in Document 3. Document 3 also includes options for each of the key issues for consideration by Joint Committee and Council. The staff preferred option for each key issue has been implemented in Draft 2, and we'll be reviewing the key issues and options in this presentation today. And further to the purpose of today's meeting, staff are aiming to deliver a bylaw that implements all of the directions in the official plan. And we are keenly aware that housing affordability continues to impact residents of Ottawa. Zoning reform offers a tremendous opportunity for council to increase housing choice and housing supply, especially the low-rise housing forms that new home buyers and renters are looking for. I make this statement based on what we've seen in cities that have approved a new zoning bylaws that permit new opportunities for housing, bylaws that are very similar to what is proposed in our draft zoning bylaw before you today. For example, the city of Edmonton approved a new zoning bylaw just over a year ago. Since that time, Edmonton has seen an increase in housing starts. Pardon me, my laptop is stopping. I just need to minimize. Since that time, Ottawa has seen an increase in housing starts and a wider variety of housing types, with 3,000 more permits issued over an 8-month period compared to the year before the new bylaw was approved. On a per capita basis, Edmonton is issuing 3 times as many permits as other jurisdictions in Canada. Edmonton's success shows that zoning reform can deliver more housing and more housing choices. It's a hopeful message. And with that in mind, to set the stage for today, I'd like to start the presentation. Could I have the next slide, please? Here's an overview of our timelines for the new zoning bylaw project, just to place us in context. Draft 1 was released on May 31st last year. Draft 2 was released on March 20th, and after Joint Committee today, our report for Draft 2 will rise to Council on April 16th. Public consultations on Draft 2 will continue through to June 30th. Draft 3 will be released on September the 8th. Joint Committee is scheduled on December 17th. The Council meeting to approve the new zoning bylaw is scheduled on January 28th, 2026, and an enactment would occur in Q1 of 2026. Next slide, please. The key issues and big moves in Draft 2 that we'll talk about today in our presentation are changes to the neighborhood zones N1 through N4, new provisions for height transition for high-rise buildings in Main Street zones and hub zones, revised provisions for communal parking lots in neighborhood zones, and finally, changes to industrial zones to bring them into conformity with the new definition of area of employment in the Planning Act. Since this was simply a conformity exercise, staff did not develop options for these changes, and there aren't any slides in this presentation about this issue. However, details are available in the staff report, and I just wanted to mention it to highlight the changes that did occur. Next slide, please. So here's a brief overview of the changes to the neighborhood zones. Robert Sandicott will be going into detail later in the presentation for each of these changes. A maximum number of units per building was introduced 4 per building in the N1 zone, 6 per building in the N2 zone, and 10 per building in the N3 zone. In draft 1, the number of units scaled up with the lot size, and in draft 2, we've introduced a cap. The maximum density in N3 was reduced from 250 units per hectare to 220 units per hectare, with, as I mentioned, a cap of 10 units per building. Maximum density is proposed to be measured in units per 100 square meters rather than per hectare. And in feedback, residents were telling us that they interpreted the per hectare measure as an area-wide density, and so we scaled the measure down to be relatable to lot size. And maximum heights in neighborhood zones are proposed to be modified. Next slide, please. In draft 2, we made some modifications to the rural zones. In agricultural zones where residence is permitted, up to 2 additional units are permitted for a total of 3 dwelling units in accordance with the new provincial policy statement 2024 policies for agricultural zones. Minimum lot sizes for unserviced lots in the official plan were applied to the rural countryside, rural residential, and village residential zones. However, we added new provisions to ensure all existing lots will continue to comply with the new zoning bylaw. A review of rural exceptions is underway to eliminate restrictive exceptions. And just as a note, the review of village secondary plans is planned in 2026. And at that time, we can begin to modify zoning in the rural area in accordance with those, any revised village policies. Next slide, please. So there have been many changes to the Planning Act in the past few years. Among those changes are the amendments in Bill 23, which introduced new permissions for housing across Ontario. I think it's worthwhile to explain what is permitted today in the current zoning bylaw as a result of Bill 23, so we understand where we are starting from when we are considering what the new zoning bylaw is proposing. So as a result of Bill 23, 3 units are currently permitted in our R1 zones, 6 units are currently permitted in our R2 zones, and 3 units per townhouse lot are permitted in R3 zones. And so this means for each vertical division in a townhouse building, 3 units are permitted to a maximum of 24 units for a townhouse with 8 vertically divided units. And just for clarity, to confirm, Bill 23 applies equally in all municipalities in Ontario. So all municipalities have these new permissions in their zoning bylaws. Next slide, please. So this slide shows what the current zoning bylaw on the left in the darker gray color permits, and on the right, what is permitted or proposed to be permitted in the draft zoning bylaw. So in the N1 zone, 3 units are permitted, and in the R1 zone, 3 units are currently permitted. In the N1 zone, we are proposing to permit 4 units. In the R2 zone, in our current zoning bylaw, as I mentioned in the previous slide, 6 units are permitted. In the proposed N2 zone for the draft zoning bylaw, 6 units are also permitted. In the N3 zone, 3 units per townhouse lot are permitted. And in the I'm confusing my R's and my N's. In the R3 zone, in the current zoning bylaw, 3 units are permitted per townhouse lot. And in the N3 zone, in the draft zoning bylaw, 3 units are also permitted per townhouse lot. However, in addition, 10 units are permitted in an apartment building. In the R4 zone, likewise, similar to the R3, 3 units are permitted in each townhouse lot to a maximum of 24. And in our current R4 zones, anywhere from 4 to 8 to 12 to no limit is permitted in terms of the number of dwelling units in an apartment building. And that's because the R4 zone has a wide variety of subzones. In the N4 zone, in the draft zoning bylaw, 3 units per townhouse lot are proposed to be permitted. And there is no limit proposed for the number of units in an apartment building. The number of units would be limited by the zoning envelope in the zone. Next slide, please. So in these next 5 slides, I'm going to show you the distribution of the neighborhood zones in the city. And in this first slide, we're looking at the N1 zone. It's shown in yellow on the slide. The green area is the green belt, just for your information to help you orient yourself in the city. So that's the green belt, and you can see the yellow area is the N1 zone, primarily in the suburban transect. There are some tiny areas of N1 inside the green belt in the outer urban and inner urban transects, as well as the downtown transect. And these are residential zones that are in the floodplain. And these areas were not upzoned. They're subject to the floodplain overlay, and development or new development and new dwelling units are not permitted in the floodplain. Next slide, please. So in this slide, I'm showing we're adding the N2 zone. So as you can see, there's some N2 in the suburban transect and a lot of N2 in the outer urban and inner urban transects. Could I have the next slide, please? So here we're adding the N3 zone. There is a fair bit of N3 in the suburban transect, and this is to recognize existing development that's occurring in new neighborhoods in the suburban transect that is higher density in accordance with the policies in the official plan. And then you'll see existing what amounts to higher density zones in the current zoning bylaw, shown here as N3 in the outer urban and inner urban transects. And now for the next slide, please, where we add on the N4. So the N4 is the darker brown color, and you can see it filling areas in the inner urban transect and downtown, as well as some small areas in the suburban transect where low-rise apartment buildings are permitted. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we're showing you N4 zones, where in draft 2, we applied a height limit of H11. And this is among the changes that we wanted to highlight in our presentation today. And Robert will be speaking to this in more detail and providing a rationale for why we did this. Next slide, please. So I'll pass the presentation off now to Robert Sandertalk to speak in more detail about the neighborhood zones.
Thank you very much. So thing to keep in mind with the options we're discussing here is that in draft 1, N1 zones were generally considered equivalent to R1 zones in the current zoning bylaw, N2 to R2, and so on up to N4 being equivalent to R4. So on this basis, all R4 zones in draft 1 were zoned as the N4 zone, which permits a full 4 stories and no limit on number of units. However, the existing R4 zones cover a broad range of permissions. Some R4 zones do currently limit the maximum number of units, 4, 8, or 12 normally, depending on the subzone. And as a result, these subzones are generally more akin to N3 zones, both in terms of their density permissions and height. As the official plan directs us to take a context-sensitive approach to neighborhoods, and as many of these existing R4 areas were already previously upzoned within the past 5 years as part of the R4 zoning review in 2020, staff have developed options for addressing the mapping of the N3 and N4 zones in subsequent drafts. Option 1 is to continue moving forward with the direction developed in draft 1, generally converting all R4 zones to N4, regardless of their permissions today. Option 2 is to address these concerns as follows. All R4 zones that currently have a maximum 11-meter height, 3 stories, will maintain that 11-meter maximum building height through height suffixes as necessary. R4 zones that do limit the maximum number of units within the inner urban, outer urban, and suburban transects outside the evolving overlay would be rezoned to N3 and not to N4. We would also note that in the second draft, the maximum density permissions have been reduced to better align with the permissions in those zones. Generally speaking, this would mean a maximum of 10 units would be permitted in an apartment building within these N3 zones. Next slide, please. Maximum building height in N1 and N2. In draft one, all N1 and N2 zones, which again generally comprise current R1 and R2 zones, were proposed a maximum height of 8.5 meters. However, most existing R1 and R2 zones in the suburban transect permit a maximum of 11 meters or 3 full stories. It was not staff's intent to broadly remove development rights in this fashion by changing an entire transect to 8.5 meter building heights, particularly when the official plan does more generally contemplate 3 stories. There are 3 options developed to address building heights. Option 1 is to maintain the 8.5 meter limit in all N1 and N2. Staff do not support this option as it does not align with the official plan and would remove development rights in the suburban transept. Option 2 would reinstate the 11 meter height for N1 and N2 in the suburban transept. Option 3 goes further than option 2 and would set an 11 meter maximum height across the board for all N1 and N2 across the city, except in the case of areas with secondary plans or other area specific direction to have a lower building height. Next slide, please. And I will turn it back over to Carol to discuss the options for minimum parking in villages.
Thank you, Robert. And now we'll go over the options for minimum parking rates. For villages, staff prefer to maintain no minimum parking rates in draft 2. However, we heard from rural councillors about challenges in rural zones where transit service is reduced or does not exist. In response, we've proposed 3 options for minimum parking space rates in villages. Option 1 requires 1 parking space per dwelling unit in the village residential and village mixed-use zones. Option 2 requires 1 parking space per dwelling unit in just the village residential zones. Option 3 requires 1 parking space per lot containing a dwelling unit in a village residential zone. And this is the least restrictive of the 3 options. This option would require multi-unit buildings provide just 1 parking space rather than a space for each of the dwelling units on the lot. And a note that the front yard setback in village residential zones in the new zoning bylaw is 6 meters. And this means at least 2 parking spaces would be provided per dwelling, 1 in the garage and an additional space in the driveway leading to the garage. And now I'll pass the presentation to Jeff Nago to present the height transition slides.
Thanks, Carol. Next slide, please. There you go. So staff have developed 3 approaches to regulating building height transition in mixed-use zones abutting low-rise residential areas. It's important to note that we're not necessarily talking about lands in secondary planned areas. They will have heights according to those processes. We're also not talking about lands that don't abut low-rise residential areas. Those will just get heights. But where we are abutting low-rise residential, here we go. It's best to think of these not as parallel options being brought forth, so much as options that were developed in a series. So each option represents an iteration and hopefully an improvement on the previous one. Option 1 here may be familiar. It was what was proposed as part of draft 1 last year. This one consists of gradual height steps as you move away from the lot line shared with nearby low-rise. It steps from 20 meters, which is approximately 6 stories, to 9 stories, then up to 18 stories, and finally 25. Next slide, please. After presenting option 1 last year, we investigated an alternative to the steps or the zigzags in that approach. And so option 2 is built with 2 angular planes. These permit similar build form to the last option shown, but they allow for more scaling in between the steps. The first plane regulates height in close proximity to abutting residential areas, and it's generally meant to deliver mid-rise and podium heights. After a depth of 30 meters, we have a shift upwards and the second plane originates at a height of 60 meters, which is about 18 stories. The purpose of that is so that it delivers a sufficient amount of high-rise permissions citywide and gradually increases the height of that high-rise with lot depth. Next slide, please. Over the course of consultation, we developed option 3. This is what is built into draft 2 at the moment, and it is the staff preferred option. Through consultation, we came around to this recognition that sensitivity to heights is strongest in close proximity to abutting low-rise. And once adequate transition to those low-rise areas is provided in the form of building podiums or mid-rise forms, it becomes unnecessary, really, to modulate tower heights. It's quite hard to tell the difference as a bystander between a 22 and a 25-story building. This recognizes that and is more permissive than option 2 on more common lot sizes. There are 2 key gates here underpinning all of these options relative to permitting high-rise as of right. The first one is baked into the official plan, and that's that the lot has frontage on a right-of-way of sufficient width, that width being 30 meters. The other gate is that the lot has sufficient depth to provide default transition. So why 30 meters? Well, the official plan generally correlates adequate built form transition with lot size. It does not give us a firm rule for what that size is. We have to understand that built form transition is a qualitative and context-specific question. A citywide zoning bylaw cannot predict the specific circumstances of every future project and site. But what we can do is try to identify a point where the setback is large enough that staff and by extension committee can be reasonably confident that transition can be managed by any proposal. We're setting that confidence threshold at 30 meters. And that's the transition zone shown here in the diagram that the angular plane is limited to. In light of this, and taking for granted the assumption that 20 meters deep is your roughly your minimum viable depth for a residential floor plate, we would expect lots in the 50, 55 and over range to accommodate high-rise development as of right. And then on a majority of lots being 30, 40, 45 meters deep, we're really looking at mid-rise development as of right, or very modest high-rise in the 10, 12-story range. One will also notice on this diagram that the height is capped at 90 meters, which is approximately 27 stories. Why 90 meters? We wanted to accommodate heights that are regularly proposed and approved in the Ottawa market. The proposed 90-meter maximum is the product of a review of all high-rise building permits issued since 2018. 80% of those projects had heights at 90 meters or below. The underlying philosophy is this: for the purpose of determining as of right permissions, staff sought to identify the threshold for what development might be considered typical in the Ottawa context. So which tower heights are commonplace based on what committee has been approving, and which setbacks are large enough to guarantee adequate transition in most circumstances. Those are the cases we want to accommodate as of right in the new zoning bylaw. Amendments should really be reserved for especially tall buildings or for buildings that provide less than the default required transition depth, which may indeed meet the overall intent of the official plan, but still represent a deviation from the norm that we would want to look at. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And next slide is for Robert Sandercock.
Thank you very much. So options for neighborhood communal parking areas. What do we mean by that? This relates to the issue of managing parking in neighborhoods, particularly with new infill development as it comes in. Parking has been raised as a major issue in relation to the new zoning permissions proposed to come in. In response to that, some development industry as well as community representatives have expressed support for the idea of the use of a communal parking lot in a central location for nearby residents in a given neighborhood as an alternative to providing on-site parking with every infill development that comes into that neighborhood. Draft 1 addressed this by adding parking lot as a conditional permitted use in the neighborhood zones, subject to a number of conditions intended to ensure that it actually achieves its intent of being for residents. One such condition is that it must be located on the same lot as a planned unit development, which in layman's terms is any development with 2 or more buildings on the same lot. Draft 2 retains most of these conditions, with the exception that the provision for only allowing parking spaces in the location of where the lot is developed has been deleted. Ultimately, staff are open to permitting this communal neighborhood parking in principle. Concerns, however, have arisen about ensuring that any such parking lot actually serves its intended function as being for nearby residents as opposed to, for example, a commercial parking lot. Next slide, please. So options for addressing this in subsequent drafts. Unlike with the other issues presented, these options are not mutually exclusive. They can be directed in some combination with each other. Option 1 would be to permit a communal parking lot in association with other residential uses, not just a full planned unit development. Staff do still recommend that a communal parking lot still should be tied to a residential use that's on the same lot. Option 2 would be to place a maximum limit on the number of parking spaces available, so limiting the size, ensuring that it would be for nearby residents that way. Option 3 similarly would be to limit the maximum percentage of a lot that may be used for communal parking, leaving room for other functions such as landscaped area. Next slide, please. And I will turn this back over to Carol here.
Thank you, Robert. So this slide provides some context for the proposal to eliminate minimum parking rates in the draft zoning bylaw. Since the approval of the current zoning bylaw in 2008, the city has evolved towards a choice-based approach for parking space rates. In particular, significant work was done in 2018 to eliminate or reduce minimum parking rates in many parts of the city, as shown on this map. First, let's look at the areas shown in light purple, dark purple, and the heavy black lines. In these areas, the current zoning bylaw does not require parking at all, or parking is reduced for residential and non-residential uses. And this has been in effect since 2018, so for 7 years. Next, let's look at the areas inside the yellow circles and the green lines. These are areas around higher order transit stations where the Planning Act does not permit the city to require parking. So what we see on this map is that large parts of the city already do not require parking or have reduced parking space rates. And in these areas, parking continues to be provided as new development occurs, despite parking not being required in the zoning bylaw. This choice-based approach allows property owners and business owners to establish the amount of parking they anticipate will be needed. And as a note, the draft zoning bylaw includes maximum parking rates around transit stations, as it does currently in the current zoning bylaw, and minimum visitor parking rates for various uses. Next slide, please. All right, so when a new zoning bylaw comes into effect, it's important to ensure orderly transition for in-process development applications. And following approval of the new zoning bylaw, approved Planning Act applications under the current zoning bylaw will have 3 years to obtain a building permit using the provisions from the current zoning bylaw. And likewise, complete applications received before the new zoning bylaw comes into effect, say for instance, an application is submitted on November 30th of this year, they can proceed with that development approvals process and have 5 years to obtain a building permit using the provisions from the current zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. And some further administrative details. Zoning bylaw 2008-250 remains in effect until council enacts the final draft of the new zoning bylaw and all appeals are resolved. For provisions in the new zoning bylaw that are appealed, the related provisions in the current zoning bylaw remain in effect, with the most restrictive provision from both bylaws prevailing. And appealed provisions will gradually come into effect as the appeals are resolved at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the consultations on draft 1 that we undertook in 2024. We had robust public consultations during 2024 over many months on draft 1. We've had 80,000 visits to our Engage page since the start of the project, and we received over 900 written comments and questions from the public in our project inbox, with the submissions, some of them being very long, to 15 pages or so. We held 14 virtual and in-person open houses and workshops and had solid attendance at those events. Next slide, please. And so in this slide, we have an overview of the public consultations planned in 2025 for drafts 2 and draft 3. For draft 2, we'll have a 60-day circulation period, May through June, with in-person and virtual public open houses scheduled in early June. We are planning advertisement campaign on all of the platforms the city uses and focus surveys on key issues. We also have youth engagement opportunities planned, and members of the team were successful in getting learning materials added to the grade 9 curriculum for students in 14 to 15 years of age. And we hope to spur some interest in zoning and urban planning and the services the city provides through that curriculum. And we hope to hear back from them. And we'll include what the comments they offer to us and our as we heard it at the end of the year. For draft 3, we have our statutory circulation during September and early October, as well as in-person and virtual open houses and our advertisement campaign. And finally, our last slide. Here's a recap of our timelines for the next 10 months. Draft 2 consultations occur March through June 30th. Draft 3 is scheduled for release September the 8th. The 28-day circulation will be from September 8th to October 3rd. Joint committee is scheduled December 17th. Council is scheduled January 28th, and enactment would follow that council meeting. And thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Carol, thank you very much. That's a lot of information, obviously, to take in, and I am pleased that the council and public will have many weeks more in which to fully come to grips with the changes that have been made to the draft and proposed changes before we finally get to the finish line in December. Before we move on to public delegations, there are a dozen or so. I did want to just give members an opportunity to make any motions so that delegations are aware of those motions before they begin their presentations. First, I'm going to go to Councillor Gower, and I'm going to come to a couple of directions after the motions. So, Councillor Gower, Vice Chair Gower, did you have a motion to make?
I do have a motion, and it's on building heights and Main Street corridors, whereas Stittsville residents have expressed concern with proposed height limits for high-rise buildings in the suburban transect, and whereas the official plan introduced a transect approach to planning to better distinguish by context Ottawa's distinct neighborhoods, and whereas option 3 for Main Street corridor height and transition requirements recommends an as-of-right height of 90 meters beyond a 30-meter transition zone with no distinction between transects, and whereas in the suburban transect, properties adjacent to land on Main Street corridors are predominantly low-rise in character, particularly at the outer edge of the transect, and whereas Section 5.4.2 of the official plan encourages higher density mixed-use environments at strategic locations close to rapid transit. Therefore, be it resolved, with respect to issue 4 as contained in document 3, that staff consider and consult on a new option 4, which limits the maximum as-of-right height for high-rise buildings along Main Street corridors in the suburban transect based on distance from a rapid transit station.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Johnson, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Thank you, Chair. I'll wait till it's on the screen. Whereas various members of the development industry and community organizations have expressed concerns with respect to management of parking in association with new infill development in residential neighborhoods, and have expressed support for communal parking lots as one potential method for addressing those concerns. And whereas the neighborhood N1 to N6 zone provisions released in the first draft of the new zoning bylaw include conditional permissions for privately operated parking lots and parking garages to allow for communal parking to be provided. And whereas there exist potential concerns with respect to the development and maintenance of communal parking that would benefit from more in-depth study on a transect basis, including but not limited to the design and maintenance of such facilities and the extent to which they can support multi-unit infill development. And whereas the official plan prioritizes active modes of transportation such as walking, cycling, and transit over off-street parking and automobile-oriented uses in the downtown core and inner urban transects, therefore be it resolved that staff review the communal parking provisions in draft 2 and develop a transect-based approach to permitting privately operated communal parking lots and consider car sharing as part of the provisions to be included in draft 3 of the new zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Very deftly handled. Friendly amendments being made on the fly there, I suspect. Councillor Brown, did you have a motion to make?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas the draft zoning bylaw proposes a choice-based approach to parking space rates, allowing property owners the flexibility to provide the number of spaces they expect to meet the specific demands of a proposed development or align with their business operations. And whereas transportation alternatives to personal vehicles in rural villages are limited or do not exist, and whereas through public consultations on draft 1 of the zoning bylaw, comments were received about the adequacy of rural villages to accommodate removal of minimum parking rates because of the lack of transportation options, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to return to joint committee for draft 3 with revisions to the draft zoning bylaw that incorporate option 2 with respect to issue 1 as contained on page 1 of supporting document 3, mandating a minimum of 1 parking space per dwelling unit in rural residential zones being V1, V2, and V3, and be it further resolved that despite the above resolution, retirement homes, rooming houses, and residential care facilities be exempt from minimum parking requirements.
Thank you very much, Chair Brown. Councillor Curry, I understand that you'll be asking staff to take direction. Do you want to give us a heads up on that?
Sure. Whereas a Heritage Conservation District feasibility assessment is underway for the Beaverbrook neighborhood, and whereas the recommendations of the feasibility assessment are expected to be brought to the Built Heritage Committee and Council in Q3 2025, therefore be it resolved that staff are directed to consider the recommendations of the Heritage Conservation District feasibility assessment for Beaverbrook as part of preparing the final version of the new zoning bylaw.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. And Vice Chair Gower, I understand you'll be asking staff to take direction as well. Do you want to give us a heads up on that?
Thank you, Chair. That staff be directed to review N1E zoning provisions in the Stittsville area as shown in attachment 1 below and determine if the zoning can be changed to N1D and report back with draft 3 of the new zoning bylaw. And there is a map that is attached below.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So we're going to move into public delegations with the opportunity on the part of members and non-members, of whom there are several in attendance today, to ask questions of those. Once we've heard from public delegations, then we'll move into the point at which members and non-members may ask staff questions. Just a quick heads up, we have a lot of members of the Joint Committee here today. There are a number of members who are not members of either the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee or Planning and Housing. My intention for staff questioning is to revert to this council's normal practice, which is to go to members of the joint committee before going to members who are not part of the joint committee. So with that, we're going to ask Nick Grover from Ecology Ottawa to be our first presenter, who will be followed by Robert Brocklebank and Paul Johannes, who will be followed by Paul Chan and Nicole Christie. Nick, if you are here, there you are. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. Thanks for being here.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'll just do a quick check to make sure everyone can hear me all right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so I think much like draft one, there's a lot to like in this version of the zoning bylaw. 4 units as of right, intensification near hubs, and removal of parking minimums will support critical objectives of encouraging 15-minute neighborhoods, sustainable transport options, less car use, and a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. I'm also very encouraged at the interest in communal parking and car share. There's one area that I wanted to flag, though, because I think it will undermine these goals, and that is the very high commercial parking maximums that we've included, if those maximums are even to be applied. So parking maximums are a great idea. Parking has a huge opportunity cost, and by limiting how much space is devoted to parking, more space is logically available for retail, housing, green space, and things that make the area more walkable and less car-centric. Having less parking also levels the playing field between big box stores and smaller local businesses. If large shopping malls are set up to accommodate people from all over the city, new population growth will be immediately siphoned off from the potential business for smaller local businesses. Allowing too much parking also means that large tracts of impermeable surface are replacing often existing green space and ecosystems. And this can lead to less water absorption, more risk of flooding, and a heat island effect on very hot days. It also vastly reduces the potential to encourage public transit as a mode share. So the 3.6 spaces per 100 meters squared is on the higher end of what existing shops already have. And when you look at where these caps are even being applied, new developments in areas B and C within 600 meters of LRT or transitway, it's unclear this constitutes much of a ceiling at all. Tightening up the rules around these maximums will ensure that they have the desired impact in supporting the long-range objectives of our city. I'd like to propose 3 ideas. In addition to proximity to rapid transit, these maximums should be applied in proximity to existing or planned frequent transit stops as well. A bus that runs every 15 minutes is a viable alternative to driving if we encourage it in our planning. Second, these maximums near transit should be lowered to roughly 2 spaces per 100 meters squared to make these stops a convenient, walkable option for shoppers. On a hot day, when you have your arms full of groceries or shopping bags, having to walk across a large, hot parking lot to get to a bus stop probably means that you're not going to take that option again. We have to make it attractive and enticing in our design. Lastly, we should emulate something Australia has done in capping spaces for stores over 1,500 meters squared. As the population grows, these large stores have a huge advantage if they get to keep adding parking the bigger they get, and siphon off demand from the smaller shops that we should be trying to encourage in neighborhoods. So much in this document sets us on a very good track for the next 20 years of planning, but these years specifically are very crucial from a climate and ecological perspective, too crucial to waste any opportunities to promote sustainable transportation in 15-minute neighborhoods. So let's not waste an ounce of the chance that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grover. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to our next presenter. Thanks for being here today. Robert Brocklebank and Paul Johannes will present to us next, followed by Paul Chan and or Nicole Christie, who will be followed by Carolyn McKenzie, who is online. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Paul. We're in your hands. Whenever you're ready, you know the drill. We'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the Joint Committee.
Good morning, chairs and members of the Joint Committees. I'm Paul Johannes. I'm the current chair of the Federation of Citizens Associations. We're an umbrella group of 65 community associations all across the city, from the rural to the inner urban transect. And I guess our members are most exercised by things like zoning and trees and transportation. Those are the kinds of issues and proposals from the city that are of most interest to our members. And so on the zoning bylaw, we've engaged from the beginning on this with city staff through the sort of pre-draft consultation process. And then with draft one, we held workshops with our members, developed extensive written commentary for staff. Now here we are with draft two. And so even though it's only been 10 days in our possession and it's quite voluminous, our early reading is that engagement has led to changes that are consistent with views that we've brought forward, in particular in maximum building heights, in density limits, also with the additional flexibility with respect to parking that we've just heard about now. So there's other areas where issues are kind of partly addressed, such as the building height transition. But we're glad to see that there's options being put forward that we can look at and continue to be engaged in. So, so far so good, but there's still work to be done, and we're looking forward to future engagement on this. And I'll turn it over to Robert.
We welcome the progress that has been made in the project, and we recognize all the work that's gone into preparing the second draft. We've encouraged community and other associations to be fully involved. We propose to collaborate completely in public engagement initiatives and want those efforts to be as fruitful as possible. While our views come from the standpoint of current residents, we want to understand the perspectives of others, particularly the development industry. Many of the community concerns expressed to date are not with the details of the proposed zoning measures, but rather with the wider ramifications of those measures. It is recognized that some of those concerns cannot be addressed directly in a zoning bylaw, but they must be treated through other policies and programs. We hope others will be willing to join us in considering those wider issues. We have community representatives present who would be happy to engage with councillors, staff members, and others in informal discussion, and we would hope that such interaction could make a constructive contribution to our common effort in building Ottawa into the most livable mid-sized city in North America. Thank you.
You said it would be short and sweet, and it was short and sweet. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation this morning. Appreciate your kind and positive feedback, which is to staff's credit for their great work. Here's the question I have for you. I am very concerned that the average citizen in this city is still not fully aware of what's coming. Certainly engaged groups and organizations, some of which are here today, obviously are very well immersed and engaged. But given how widespread the comprehensive zoning bylaw review is and how it will literally impact every neighborhood in this city, what more can we do between now and when we approve this next January to make sure the average resident is aware of what's coming?
Thank you, Councillor Rob Brockington. We've recently had opportunity to engage with the city on zoning bylaw changes that are being made, for example, with respect to shelters. and sort of implementing now changes that are likely to occur anyways later on. But through that process and through the previous kind of sprung structure process, we had dialogue to see how we could use the networking that the Federation of Citizens Associations basically has as a way of communicating through our community associations to their members, and through that process through residents in each of the neighborhoods. I mean, that's still an opportunity that hasn't really been exploited, and it's something that we could look at with respect to the broader, the full new zoning bylaw. So just bringing that kind of conversation around to focus on another broader topic, that might be something we could look into.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today, which will bring us to Paul Zahn and/or Nicole Christie. Looks like the both of you today. Thank you for being here. Who will be followed by Carolyn McKenzie, who's online, and then we'll have a joint presentation from a number of the building industry reps. So Nicole and Paul, welcome. You'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Chair, councillors, and members of the committee. My name is Paul Chen, and I'm the president of the Ottawa Real Estate Board. I'm pleased to be here alongside our CEO, Nicole Christie. On behalf of OREB's 4,000 Realtor members, thank you so much for this opportunity to present our support and feedback to the city's draft new zoning bylaw. Our feedback is guided by a very important fact. Ottawa is in the middle of a housing affordability crisis, and it needs bold action to make homes affordable again in our city. According to RBC, the average single-family home now eats up over 52% of an average household's income, making Ottawa one of the least affordable cities in Canada. At the same time, Ottawa is well behind on its own housing supply targets. Of the 151,000 homes that we need to build by 2031, fewer than 27,000 have broken ground so far. That's just 63% of where we should be, and we are falling further behind each year. According to CMHC, average construction times have more than doubled since 2016. On top of that, development charges have jumped 3 times in the past year alone, and are likely to see a rise again this spring. That's a major contributor to housing costs and a real barrier to affordability. Even before the threat of US tariffs, Ottawa was facing a housing affordability crisis. Now, as we stare down the potential for significant economic disruption, it has never been more important that we create the conditions for the building of more affordable homes. That's why we are pleased to see several critical policies that OREF has been advocating for in the new zoning bylaw, including allowing 4 dwellings as of right, eliminating parking minimums, and promoting density around transit. These are smart, evidence-based reforms that can boost supply and bring affordability within reach.
Thank you. I want to build on these comments and offer more constructive feedback. Importantly, I want to offer our support as you continue this important work. ORA backs the direction of the new bylaw. We believe council can go farther, though, in a few key ways. First, ORB strongly supports the city's move to 4 permanent units, or 4 units as of right across all neighborhood zones, creating the new bylaw. These zones are intended to simplify development permissions, hopefully streamline processes, and remove barriers to more housing options across our city. However, we are concerned that if the 8.5 meter height restrictions are maintained under N1 and N2 zones, it may restrict the ability of the developers to deliver the kinds of gentle density consumers are looking for. To really end exclusionary zoning, we must be sure that height caps are not unintentionally limiting what can be built. Second, we urge you to protect the intent of the as of right zoning by avoiding policies that introduce uncertainty through the back door. That includes overtly restrictive transition rules or subjective design guidelines that can send projects back into lengthy review. One example is height transition rules on main streets. If a lot is less than 30 meters deep, which is common, especially for infill, which is some of the areas we're looking to fill, The as of right height isn't available, even if it is supported through the official plan. The risk is that what looks like as of right on paper becomes discretionary in practice, and we end up back in a cycle of redesign, reapplication, and delay, and the very thing this bylaw is working to fix. And third, we encourage council to continue creating a regulatory environment that enables new forms of housing, from co-housing and modular builds, and to ensure the bylaw doesn't stand in the way of innovation. In closing, I want to congratulate staff especially and council for the great work that has been done so far and the engagement of groups like us, but also citizens in the new bylaw. We're here to offer ORB support for the important work you're doing. From market data and expert policy analysis, we're here as a partner and as citizens and residents to help get more homes built faster, more affordably in every neighborhood across the city. Thank you for your time and for your work and for continuing this critical conversation.
Thank you very much. Very constructive presentation. I appreciated it. I don't see any questions from members of the Joint Committee, so we'll move on. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Carolyn McKenzie, who's online, followed by a panel of the builders, who will be followed by Tony Ferranda, who I believe is in the room. So Carolyn, you're online. I see you. Whenever you're ready, you've got 5 minutes to make a presentation. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, chairs, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak at committee. This morning, I'm here as a representative for Walkable Ottawa, as well as being the
Carolyn, for some reason, you've cut out and we can no longer hear you. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know how much you... Okay, I'll just start off by thanking staff for all your work on this huge effort. We know that lack of housing, particularly affordable housing, has real-life consequences for residents. The new zoning bylaw is obviously a crucial tool in addressing this issue. However, there remain several barriers to getting more housing built, one of which is parking, and Councillor Johnson's motion is a reflection of that, I think. Now, you might wonder why someone interested in promoting more walkable, livable neighborhoods would advocate for more parking options for cars in neighborhoods. The answer lies in our need to increase the supply and diversity of housing types, particularly missing middle or low-rise multi-unit apartment buildings. While zoning may permit such developments, they're unlikely to be built without frequent, reliable, and well-connected transit, something that clearly remains a challenge for much of Ottawa. Continued reliance on cars means that people will still need somewhere to park. And the reality is that there isn't sufficient demand for homes in transit-deficient neighborhoods unless they come with parking for most, if not all, units. As a result, developers are reluctant to build small apartment buildings if they can't provide parking. At the same time, the city struggles to provide that frequent, reliable, and connected transit without the density and tax revenues that come with increased intensification, thus creating a classic catch-22 dilemma. To address this, we propose allowing neighborhood parking lots within residential zones, certainly to consider them as a practical solution to overcome on-site parking limitations. If a developer or builder who owns multiple lots in a neighborhood could designate a single lot for limited parking, this could enable the construction of higher density housing, such as fourplexes or small apartment buildings on the other lots. This approach would support Ottawa's intensification goals while acknowledging the continued reliance on cars in areas with inadequate transit options. As neighborhoods then reach the density required to sustain frequent, reliable, and safe transit, these parking lots could eventually be redeveloped to provide additional housing or possibly small parks. Neighborhood or communal parking lot permissions are just one of 5 key issues that staff have highlighted in this second draft, and we really appreciate that zoning staff have gone beyond presenting recommendations, but have also included discussion of the options, provided the rationale for the recommendations. These aren't easy issues, and it's a refreshing example of better public engagement. However, I think I'd like to clarify a potential misunderstanding in the staff report. Staff noted that multiple stakeholder groups, including the FCA and GOBA, support the idea of allowing excess parking in a planned unit development, or PUD, to be used by nearby residents. Now, I'm not going to speak for GOBA on this clearly, but to my knowledge, the FCA has not provided feedback to the city regarding parking at PUDs. But the FCA and Walkable Ottawa, and we're joined by GOBA and Ecology Ottawa, do, however, share a common view, and that is that Ottawa's bylaws and policies must address parking challenges if we are to tackle our housing issues effectively. Our proposal, as I've just outlined, is something quite different and additional to parking at PUDs. Now, we recognize that there are concerns about dedicated parking within neighborhoods, but we also believe these can be mitigated by considering a cap on parking spaces, along with requirements for soft landscaping, tree planting, and fencing, all of which can enhance the aesthetic appeal of these small lots. Restricting their use to neighborhood residents or multi-unit buildings would prevent them from becoming magnets for commuter or commercial parking, thus preserving their intended purpose. And I think a context-sensitive approach that considers transit service levels and parking supply can help balance the need for development with the quality of life for existing residents. So while staff have raised concerns about enforcing resident-only parking, we're confident that a reasonable solution could be found and implemented, potentially through zoning permissions that are made conditional.
And we
Additional
just,
flexibility. One more line for parking PUDs is beneficial. We believe that more action is needed, and if we take these steps, we can take important steps toward unlocking the potential for more vibrant and inclusive neighborhoods that accommodate growth and livability. Thanks very much.
thank you. Sorry, we lost you for a second or two there. So there is a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Carolyn. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
So
Thanks.
I'm used to seeing you here with your other hat with the Glebe Community Association. So my question is, in terms of this communal parking idea, is this something you would advocate in the inner urban core as well as in other neighborhoods? So in your own neighborhood, is this something you would want to see in the Glebe?
I think it's something that needs to be considered throughout the city. We've actually, now I focused strictly speaking on communal neighborhoods. We actually we wrote to the city collectively saying, please consider this. Please also look much more closely at expanding on-street parking permit system. We need to, the main message was that this is an issue. Parking is an issue. Developers, and I sound like I'm a lobby for the development industry now, perhaps, but we're not likely to see, or we'll get very limited builds of missing middle if we can't solve the parking problem in the short term. Certainly until we get transit. So what we're saying is that we need to tackle this head on. We can't sort of be head in the sand on this issue, and I think we should be looking at a suite of options for addressing that. But communal parking lots, I believe, should be on the table, and I've talked about using a context-sensitive approach and putting in guardrails so that not everyone will be a fan of the idea of introducing more parking. There's no question, but we see it also as a transitional move to providing parking until such time as transit catches up.
Okay, but do you see this working in a place like the Glebe, where Bank Street has too many cars?
Yeah, I do. Again, I'm not going to, these comments are not limited to particular areas of the city.
Okay, just because I did work with Councillor Johnson on her motion, I'm seeking a transect-based approach. I don't think this is a solution for the inner urban core, but I understand why folks in suburban transects may want to try this out, but I'll speak in more detail to that when we have questions to staff. Thank you very much. I appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. And I do appreciate the transect sensitive approach in the Johnson motion, where we sort of want to see lots in the urban core that are best served by transit turned into housing rather than parking. But on a transect basis, it makes some sense. I'm not sure, Carolyn, that people who are watching, or even many city councillors who are maybe tuned in today, have a good understanding understanding of what the communal parking lot proposal is. Are you able to take us back a step and just sort of describe what the proposal is? Vivian, can you turn your mic off?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can. Great.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. And maybe and I'm happy to do that, just to clarify Councillor Troster's question. Perhaps a transect approach is the best way to go, and I'm not presupposing the answer there, but I'm certainly not here today to say not in my neighborhood. That is not something I'm going to say. So I think it's something that we need to look at. But to speak to your question, Councillor Leeper, so the idea is that one of the, there are multiple issues around trying to get missing middle built. But certainly parking is one of those. So if developers are telling us, the industry is telling us that if they have the opportunity to build multiple units on a lot, they might build, and this is part of the reason that we're seeing apparently just lots of duplexes and triplexes, because a developer can build those and by and large provide parking, probably at least two parking spaces, and to mitigate the risk that they take on when they build without being able to provide parking. They're able to do it for a duplex or a triplex. But beyond that, the idea of building, a 10-unit building without being able to provide parking is a real risk. And unless they're in a neighborhood where we've got great transit, and they're not going to take on that risk. But there are many developers, smaller scale developers who are purchasing lots in areas of the city within a neighborhood, multiple lots. And if they had an opportunity to build, say, 8 or 10-unit buildings on those lots and use one of those lots, again, it would, practically speaking, it would have to be in close proximity to be useful to owners or residents of those units. But if they were able to use one of the lots that they owned as a small parking lot, so if I have to walk a very short walk to get to where I'm parking my car, that could work for people. And that's a choice, obviously, that a developer could make if we give them the option to do that. And in the future, when transit catches up and we have better transit, then the developer who owns that lot could say, you know what, now's the time to transition from a parking lot, and I'll develop that for more housing as well. That's the basic idea. Does that give a bit better view of the idea?
Yeah, that does help in terms of clarity. I think there was, I was hearing some questions during briefings and such that may have indicated that folks thought these would be city-owned parking lots or things like that. But these are privately owned lots for which, if a developer chose and they had several lots within a neighborhood, they could put one of those lots to the purpose of parking without running afoul of the zoning bylaws. So that clarity is helpful. I see that Councillor Curry has a question for you as well.
Yeah, just quickly, thanks, Carolyn. I just wanted to ask you if you had actually talked to various developers on this to get some of what you're saying. And before you answer that, I just want to say, we, like when we have development files in Canada, often there's underground parking in buildings that are built, so it's done ahead of time. And the other idea that developers have come up with, just in terms of what they're saying to me, is that they could build a building where the first so many floors are already parking. Like, so it's not underground parking, it's that the first so many floors are parking, but it looks like apartments, right? So there's like a look that doesn't strange. But I 100% agree with you that the challenge we have, certainly in Canada, we don't have LRT, we don't have parking, we don't even maybe have parking at Moody Drive Station coming up, that people, and given who they are, they own a car for whatever reason, they don't rely on transit 100% of the time. So they own a car and need to park it. So I agree with you on that. I just wonder how much feedback you're getting from developers themselves on this idea.
Yeah, well, I guess the short answer is that GOBA, and I'm pretty sure that GOBA will be making comments and delegating, so perhaps you can put the same question to them. But they've joined us, and this is in advocating for this directly to the city. So I guess that's the short answer. They're, they represent the infill industry. along with others, but it is something that we've been hearing, and there are other options like building underground. Yes, you can do that, but it's awfully expensive, and for a small infill developer, it's generally speaking prohibitive. Whereas and even the option of building a garage, say on the ground level, and hiding it from an aesthetic and a perspective, that may work just fine. But it's also expensive. It's adding to the affordability. Whereas if you could take just at grade level parking lot and turn it into that with the idea that it could then be used in the future for housing, I think that changes the financials for developers. Again, I'll obviously let them speak to that, but that is certainly what we are hearing, and a good part of the reason of, I mean, I'm advocating for it because I want to see that housing. I'm interested in seeing that housing built, and I think this is just an issue that we need to talk. It's a very practical issue, and as I said, it seems strange for me with my walkable Ottawa hat on, talking about, hey, let's find room for more cars. But I see it as a transitional issue.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. I don't see any other questions for you, Carolyn. Thank you very much for being here today. We're going to move on to a panel of the development industry reps, Jason Berggraf, Miguel Tremblay, and Lisa De La Rosa. With the committee's permission, they've decided to combine their presentations today, so I'll be providing some latitude if their presentation goes a little bit long. Welcome each. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee with some latitude.
Right, here we are. Thanks very much, everybody, for taking us. Like the chair said, Lisa, Miguel, and I wanted to kind of come up, support each other on questions of a technical nature, and we each kind of have one point that we want to emphasize. For myself, first and foremost, of course, want to thank staff for the significant consultations over draft 1 and draft 2. There was a lot of particular, very focused work that I think is put into a lot of good elements on the draft bylaw, both in version 1 and now in draft 2. But what I did want to speak to in particular was the heights on N1 and 2 in neighborhood zones. And most of you around the room I've had conversations with about this. And in particular, that N1 and 2 height is 8.5 meters inside the greenbelt, but 11 meters out in the suburbs. And we don't see the justification to why there's that difference. Our intensification intensification inside neighborhoods accounts for 25% of our housing targets. So we're really talking about converting or replacing 15,000 houses or lots that were originally never meant to be multifamily, convert those over the next 20 years. So why are we limiting the potential density of neighborhoods inside the Greenbelt? And at the same time, why aren't we following the OP directions, specifically, and I'll point it out, section 5.2.4, clause 1, that says for areas inside the Greenbelt, neighborhoods will be low-rise, generally permitting 3 stories and allowing heights up to 4 where appropriate. So your 3 stories would be 11 meters. In the last 10 years, the proportion of ground-oriented housing built just outside the city rather than in it has grown from 9 to 17%. It's clear that Ottawans want to live in low-rise, ground-oriented neighborhoods. Let's give them the opportunity inside the city. That's it for my portion of it. I'm happy to take questions on it now, or if you want to do it at the end. Keep it going. It's all you.
Thank you, members of committee. As mentioned, I'm Lisa De La Rosa, and I work with FO10. I'm here with Miguel, who's going to speak to specifically the angular plane and height transition. But as an urban planning consulting firm, you can appreciate that this zoning bylaw has had a great deal of conversation at our office. It's going to be a document that we work with daily. And so we have a team focused, just like the city, on working through this. And we provided detailed comments to the city on that first draft. And like Jason has said, we really want to start off by saying thank you to staff for working with us through this process. We can't imagine what it's sort of been like to bring what the OP is saying, the old bylaw, and trying to come up with something. So where we're at today is very, very positive. However, there are a couple things that we did want to highlight in draft 2, and I'm going to start with parking. We noted, people have talked about it already, but the maximum number of parking spaces has drastically been reduced in this version. We appreciate the intent of why it's being done, but we think it's a bit aggressive, and we employ the city to go back and look at that. The requirement is going within 600 meters of a funded transit station, and we can get into the talk about what funded versus non-funded being, but it's going to be 0.6 of a maximum. So you're talking, even if it's underground parking, you're going to minimize the number of parking spaces by 0.6 per unit. And outside of that downtown core, it's going to go to 0.75. So that's less than 1 parking space per unit. And while we agree that people will be using alternative modes of transportation, that doesn't mean that they're not going to have a car. So they need to put it somewhere, and to the speaker's previous point, we need to make sure that those options are available if the developers are willing to build those, specifically in sort of those underground surf parking lots. The other thing that draft 2 didn't address was GOBA's concern, specifically in the suburbs, about lots under 15 meters in width, prohibiting double width driveways. So that's a change to how the suburbs are currently built. Those 2-car garage houses, single family homes, are built in the suburbs currently, respecting the 50% of the front yard being soft landscaping. And we would like to see that continue, because if not, you're going to have an overflow of cars trying to find parking on your residential streets in the suburbs. And the last point about parking, and I know the city is working on this, is the EV charger requirements. And we just would like the city to ensure that the utility providers are in those conversations moving forward, because they have to be able to supply the energy or the load requirements that any requirements the zoning bylaw is going to require us to put in place. So as I mentioned, Miguel's going to speak to a little bit more about height with regards to transition, but I do want to bring up the definitions of basements and mezzanines. They're considered stories in the zoning bylaw. And when you have height measured in both stories and meters, we run into complication issues and compliance issues when you have a basement that might be slightly over 50%, and now therefore you're a 5-story building, but you're actually under the height cap. So the same thing with the mezzanine, introducing a mezzanine on a higher ground floor, let's say a ground floor that has commercial, where you introduce a mezzanine, all of a sudden you now have another story to consider. So that's something that we would like to work with the city on. And the last 2 points deal with the neighborhood zone. And previous speakers have talked about this. The draft main changes to capping the number of units in certain neighborhood zones. We can see the logic in the city's approach. However, we think that the first draft is a better approach. Let the building code, market requirements, and the ultimate building envelope being established by the provisions determine how many units can fit on a lot. And that the last point there is rear yard setbacks have been capped at 7.5 meters in neighborhood zones, which includes the suburban zone. And typical construction in the past, approved subdivisions have lots that are 6 meter depths, which would mean that a lot of the current suburban development would be non-compliant because of the way that they built currently and how they plan to build in the future, because they still, in that 6 meters, you get your private amenity space, you have your ability for landscaping. So we would like the city to have a rethink about the suburban rear yard setback to reflect sort of what is the current norm out there. And with that, I'm going to thank you for my time here, and we have full confidence we can work with the city moving forward on some of these points. And we do want to reiterate that this, we've had it for 10 days, so there's going to be more comments that are going to come forward, but we look forward to working with the city staff on that along with members of committee. And with that, over to Miguel.
Thank you, Lisa. Miguel Tremblay, I'm a partner at FOTEN Planning and Design. Just before I move on to my own submission, just a point that Lisa raised about the distinction in the bylaw related to funding and non-funding stations. If it's shown in your official plan, it's a future transit station, and by making that distinction, you may be incentivizing developers to under-provide density at a future station that could be funded in the foreseeable future, or maybe even over-provide parking, given that you've put in maximum. So I would encourage you not to make that distinction and really incentivize developers to follow the direction of your new bylaw and apply it evenly to all stations. With respect to my own submissions, I sit on the corridor working group and with Mr. Nadeau, and I find those to be very collaborative and productive and very solution based, and that's why I'm here, because I am actually thinking that the bylaw is trending quite well in terms of building transition along corridors. I think the approach provides some flexibility in allowing for taller buildings, and a more prescriptive approach I think would have had adverse impacts in terms of tower floor plates on the upper floors, and would have impacted constructability and would undermine the city's desired residential density along these corridors and typically transit facilities. The staff report does do a good job of recognizing how the angular plane should be a design tool rather than a prescriptive obligation. I am here to voice my support in terms of option number 3, generally for the same reasons as in the staff report. It yields a massing that is consistent with forms that have been approved recently by this committee and council. It directs that the angular plane should be applied to podiums and lower portions of the buildings, allowing for taller tower heights and requiring the design to do a better job in terms of the lower portions of the building, which is where there will be most impact to abutting low-rise communities. Having said that, I do want to pause a little bit on the 30-meter tower separation measured from the rear yard, and I want to identify some concerns with that. And I want to advise the committee that we'd like to continue to work with staff on that item. Most corridors, whether it's Carling, Rideau Street, Maryvale, generally have lot depths of 30 to 40 meters, with the exception of those larger shopping center sites, the RioCans and the First Caps. And if you apply option number 3, the way is it intended, and I do have a presentation, but I won't go to it, it requires lot depths in the 52-meter range to accommodate a high-rise building. And this is despite policy direction for taller buildings along these corridors. Your official plan, regardless of transect, speaks to towers of up to 40 stories. And that's important because that was part of the density that you anticipated along these corridors to support commercial uses or transit and meet some of the city's growth projection objectives. And that's how you came to a certain understanding about your urban boundary expansion. So I think it's very important not to be overly prescriptive and take away that opportunity for density. Also, if you look at your official plan, it says that the corridor designation could apply to 220 meters measured from that right-of-way. There's policies in your official plan that say the tallest of the buildings should be closest to the front lot line. But given that it's intended to apply to 220 meters, it doesn't mean that the transition to the low-rise neighborhood needs to occur in that very first property within the very first 50 meters. Recall that the designation applies to a much deeper depth, and that those areas abutting those corridor designations are identified as evolving neighborhoods, and they are also intended to change because of their proximity to the corridor. So I'm encouraging you to think of the transition a little less abruptly, and in particular, I'm discouraging the notion of using a 30-meter tower setback. This committee might remember that it recently approved applications for a Taggart project on the north side of Carling Avenue. That setback is 20 meters, not 30, to the first high-rise building, which I think was in the 16-story range. So the last comment I'll make is, you know, we can look to the past. Right now, the city has an R5B, which is essentially our high-rise zoning, and it applies to Carling and it applies to a whole bunch of corridors currently. That R5B allows for a 12-story building, 37.5 meters in height, with a rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. Now that R5B has been around, Mr. Mark will probably tell me, since the 1960s, because it was carried over from the old City of Ottawa zoning bylaw. And for some reason, we thought that a 7.5 meter deep rear yard to a 12-story building was completely reasonable and appropriate. But now that we're in the 20-something range, we have to have a 30-meter setback, which I think is really much too prescriptive. And it's really, the impact is going to be that you're going to sterilize a lot of the properties on Carling and Fisher and other, well, Fisher's not a corridor, Merivale or Clyde, and those kind of properties are now going to be sterilized because of that 30-meter depth. So I'm not looking to burden the committee with a motion. I'm just advising you that I'm going to be trying to work with staff to resolve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. There are a number of questions for you. Councillor Troster, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much for being here. Lisa, I have a question. I've heard that adding a parking spot to an average apartment could drive the cost up as much as $150,000 a unit. Do you have a sense of how much it costs to add a mandatory parking spot?
It depends on the type of development. If you're talking underground parking, you're not going to go underground for one parking space, but yeah, the magnitudes you're talking about, I think, are pretty accurate. I'm not sure if Jason has any further numbers on that. Like, it really is development specific as to, is that spot taking away potential building mass? Because then you factor that in. It's just a constructability cost, like you have the space and you're just going to make it a parking spot. That's a different question too.
So, but it's fair to assume that adding parking increases the cost of housing.
Correct. And it's a balancing act because you do understand that there's a market that wants that parking space. So like a developer is not going to say, I'm not taking on that cost. They're going to do that break even sort of debate as to how many spots do we need for marketability and what are the costs of obtaining those. And so there's a math that happens.
And are you aware of the recent results of the city's origin destination survey going into the update of our transportation master plan? Because it shows that nearly 30% of people in Ottawa don't drive.
They don't drive or don't own a car.
I don't know, maybe somebody from transportation staff could clarify that. Anyway,
I think part of it is like we think about traditionally people driving to work and using their car on a daily basis. And I think that the way we use our vehicles is changing. So I take the train. I own a car. My car stays at home during the day and I may go in the weekends, go play soccer or whatever, but I still need a place to put that car, even if I'm not using it on a daily basis. And I think that's what we have to start thinking about is people still have cars, whether they're using them.
No, understood. And I mean, we're not looking at taking away people's existing parking spots, but I have to say it's pretty offside because it's really the development industry that has driven the push in general to get rid of parking minimums. So to hear you come as a representative of the development industry to argue against parking maximums is
we're not against the maximums. I think we're against the drop that is being currently put in there. It went from 1.75 to 0.75.
Right. But I mean, given the housing crisis and the need to increase affordability, it's consistently the development industry that says, if you get rid of parking requirements and allow the market to dictate and allow developers to make that decision without there being a mandated minimum, that's going to significantly increase the affordability of housing. So I'm just seeing a contradiction here in what you're arguing, and that it doesn't seem consistent with to me with what I'm hearing globally from the development industry. Like they have been some of the folks who have pushed the hardest for measures of this nature.
If I may add through the chair, I mean, the development community is excited about the prospect of being able to decide their own parking rates, because oftentimes the parking rates were artificial in that, you know, depending where you were, you had to provide 0.5 or 0.7 or 1.2. I think there's some excitement about the flexibility. The concern is that if the analysis comes back that the rate should be 1.0, they've lost that flexibility. And in certain scenarios, and back to the discussion that I just had about funded or non-funded stations. If it's a funded station, they would have to, they wouldn't be, if it's a funded station, they would be subject to the maximum. If it's a non-funded station, they wouldn't be subject to the maximum. Right now, the maximum is 1.75, which I think we'll all agree. I've never seen a building with 1.75 spaces per unit, but I've seen a lot of buildings at 1 space per unit, but what's being proposed is drastically lower, and developers are losing that flexibility to respond to the market, regardless of the proximity to transit. For instance, the Tribeca's right here, right? It's right outside. That has a ratio of 1 space per unit. And I know that 80% of those spaces were taken up. So there is still a demand for parking, and while there's an appreciation for the flexibility, I think it's the maximums that are contributing to the discomfort. Thank you.
And would you support, if you want to see an adjustments to the maximums to have them go higher, would you support doing that on a transect basis? I mean, I know you say you want it to be near funded transit stations, but I'm just saying we do not need an increase to the maximums in the urban core. In fact, we need the opposite.
I think there's a certain logic by doing it by transects. We already know that right now in the core, for a range of reasons, there's less parking being provided than suburban locations. But I think there is a logic to having staff explore that. You know, I'm thinking that a ratio closer to 1 is probably most reasonable, but maybe it doesn't have to be citywide. Lisa?
And I think that there's something to be said about is it being provided underground? I think underground parking potentially could have, because you're talking the bigger buildings, that you're talking more units than that the maximum sort of comes into play. So also the way that parking is being provided potentially could have a correlation with the maximums.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one more question. It's not related specifically to your presentation, but you know, you did talk about wanting to have some flexibility for the developers in the market to make decisions that you think are rational for your developments. In that case, what do you think of re-adding parking minimums in rural communities? Like, do you think there is any situation where a developer in a rural community where there's no transit would build housing without any parking? Like, do you think we need to really do you think that we need to make an exception in rural communities? Do you think it's really necessary given what developers are likely to do anyway?
I think that parking will be provided based on driveway widths and others, like parking will show up. I don't think you need to mandate it.
Okay, thank you. I just find it really interesting because sometimes we're arguing that folks are arguing that we should let the market decide. And then sometimes we're saying, no, we have this rule. We need to have this rule to ensure that parking is available. But I think we all know that if you're going to build in an area where there's no transit, of course, you're going to provide parking as part of the development. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your input today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. The issue of stories versus heights and half basements, can you just maybe expand on that? Would a solution just be to have a maximum height in meters rather than stories throughout the whole document? Is that essentially what you're looking for?
We have asked for that, but we understand that there's a correlation between the OP. The OP talks to stories, like it defines low rise as 4 stories. So there has to be, whether it's in the definition sections or something in the zoning bylaw. I think if you can simplify it and just make it as meters, I think that solves. So it's a simple solution, but I'm not sure it's simple to implement.
Okay. I'll ask staff about that later.
There is another subtlety that we did put in our materials but didn't raise today. Is we often run into this where, you know, the city encourages a ground floor of 4.5, maybe even 6 meters, you know, for urban design reasons, all sorts of reasons. And then the developer ends up putting in a mezzanine to make good use of that space. And typically the mezzanine is deemed an additional floor. And it's still within the heights permitted in meters, but because it's a 9th floor instead of an 8-story building now, because you have an internal mezzanine that no one will ever see, then we have complications for zoning and building permits most often, where the developer will just say, and we're doing one on Churchill now, where they just said, fine, we'll just take the mezzanine out, but then you're undermining the quality of the building. So our submission on behalf of GOBA was, don't count mezzanines as a floor. Who cares if in that 4.5 meter ground floor, if there's a mezzanine with some party rooms, who cares? As long as you're still meeting the height in meters. That's all that should matter. You can still put height in stories and staff reports and DARs and everything else. Just don't have it on zoning schedules. That's it.
Okay. On the issue of Main Street corridor height and transition, you've raised a few concerns, and you made one statement that land adjacent to these corridors is all evolving neighborhoods, and it's not. There is land adjacent to, I know in my suburban transect ward, there is land that is not an evolving neighborhood, so it will be predominantly low rise now and very much into the future. But I wonder if the issue is, or I believe the issue is, we're applying a one size fits all transition and height limits on Main Street corridors, regardless of transect and regardless of local context. And would you be supportive of a transition and height rules that are different from transect to recognize that local context?
I mean, a few thoughts. Your official plan does not make that distinction, so it would be potentially hard for you to make that distinction in the zoning bylaw without direction from the official plan. But the reality is some of these suburban transects are characterized by really good transit or are characterized by deeper lots. Ironically, when you get to suburban lots, they're probably much deeper than a lot on Carling Avenue and could actually have substantial potential for density, providing the transition's appropriate. So I'm not sure I would support that approach because you have a lot of suburban sites that are very well suited for high rise because they can provide a good transition and they're near transit. So I don't know if I would endorse that. No.
I just like, if we went with option 3, I think we'd end up with policy that is too restrictive in some transects and too permissive in other transects based on the context. But we will continue that discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Councillor Kitts.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the presenters for being here. Jason, I think this will be directed at you. I appreciated your comments about height in the suburban transect versus inside the Greenbelt. I am one of the councillors on the zoning bylaw working group, and some of us there have shared a concern that the draft as written still favors the suburbs for the heavy lift on housing. As we know, currently the suburbs is doing the heavy lift, and I'm not sure this is going far enough to sort of change course on that. So I'd like to hear if you share that opinion.
Ultimately, the reason why we're bringing this up, the difference on the 8.5 to 11 meters, is when you have neighborhoods inside the Greenbelt that conceivably, typically would have better transit already established, would have closer amenities, and more, it would be closer to complete communities, as we've kind of discussed over the past number of years. Why would you limit the potential of those neighborhoods to increase the density and not have it more uniform? That's kind of the big piece. One of the things I think we often forget about in talking about these permissions and policies on zoning overall is that there is an objective here, and that is to yield our housing targets so that we give ourselves enough permission zoning wise so that we can achieve the 195,000 homes that we said we were targeting in our official plan to 2046. And a significant portion of that is intensification, and then a significant portion of that is the neighborhood zoning, which is why I mentioned about the 25% of our growth target. I think we're cutting ourselves away from a lot of potential if we don't give our heights on the inside the Greenbelt neighborhood zones, and give yourself the potential to do like a vertical townhome of 3 stories so that you can have those 3 apartments, and give yourself the opportunity to have more of those larger family-sized units that we are also wanting to see go. So that's the reason why we're really trying to push why would we consider having different heights on those.
Okay, so if I could maybe summarize a little bit, think what you're saying is a little bit more work needs to be done where we do have existing complete communities, and I put more of a focus on that, because as we know, some suburban communities are really not complete communities. So we need a little bit more in that inside the green belt, well-served areas. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, yeah, and I mean, if these neighborhoods are good, why wouldn't we want more people to be able to enjoy them?
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much, Chair. Jason, in your submission, you were talking about communal parking and you support it, but I'm trying to figure out in what circumstances, and also, is this something developers are paying for? Is it something that's with a fee? I'm trying to figure out how it would work.
Yeah, so I mean, in principle, yes, and conceptually, I think we've kind of gotten to try to get into the weeds of how it would actually work, and I think that's work that we would have to work out with staff a lot more than what is today. I mean, the principle behind it is essentially offering as many parking options as possible. I mean, if you think about kind of parking that's offered in a co-op development or parking that's provided, in stacked townhouses that have, communal parking kind of at the back, we offer these kinds of arrangements in very small, limited parking numbers, parking spot numbers, right, that are geared towards residents in these specific types of housing and legal entities. And I think really, without getting too much into the weeds of which particular would this work in this instance, which again we'd be happy to work with the others, is just trying to give ourselves some options, or as many options rather, for parking as possible. I think the other thing to think about on this is what were the other benefits that groups like ourselves and Walkable Ottawa and Ecology and FCA have considered this before, and why this kind of came up as an idea was trying to balance driveways in individual lots with the with the green space requirements like that, and you give yourself more options and more if you didn't have private parking spots conceivably, and as well then a communal parking lot could, if transit was up to a significant service, that you didn't need a car to live in that particular neighborhood, and that parking lot became basically out of use for what it was originally intended, then that lot could be converted. Like the original I think conception, or the original reason why this whole communal parking idea came up and originally was those reasons, and not so much how do we implement it in this specific setup. So it's kind of trying to balance a lot of those green things and thinking about the easily able to convert a plot of land 10, 20 years down the road than I think some of the conversation today.
So you're talking about this could be housing in the future because it's lack of use?
Yeah, housing, green bay, yeah, like the whole point of us, I think, and I guess I should speak for myself and not for the other groups, but that was a big part of the consideration, was what usable space can be done with much later down the road. And the only way to transition, or without the more optimal way of transitioning out of parking, was to have it clustered.
Okay, that would be decision of the developer down the road. And I've seen that at apartment buildings where they're looking at their the surface parking, and they're talking about,
or the condo corp or whatever, yeah, whoever owns it after.
Okay, so it's controlled by the developer and the decisions are made by the property owner. Okay, rather than, it's not a city function.
Not my ever conception was, no.
Okay, and you saw Councillor Johnson's motion, and are you supportive of that?
I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. But Lisa, I mean, I think again, it was just sort of, let's explore this a bit more, right? Yeah, on the transect approach. Yeah, I mean, always, we want to have more elaborate conversations with staff and the other stakeholders on it. So yeah, happy to see that go forward.
Yeah, it's adding more parking. So obviously we all feel a little weird about that because we're trying to get away from parking. But one other aspect, and I haven't talked to staff about this, but what about making those parking lots permeable? So at least that they're not adding to the asphalt.
Yeah, well, in my, again, in our original conception, it wasn't adding more parking, it's moving the parking from, originally, at your front door to a communal spot.
Yeah, got it. But you can make it, but you can do something better so that it's draining and it's not part of the problem.
Always happy to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dudas?
I have a bit of a follow-up question to what Councillor Kavanaugh was asking about regarding I'm still wrapping my head around how these communal parking lots may or may not work. And I understand you don't, have full understanding yourselves. We're just kind of muddling through it. I guess I'm wondering though, I'm a little concerned about paving a portion of land and using it for a parking lot when we still have ample supplies of adjacent, maybe commercial properties that have parking available. If we're not providing parking at a building and just being upfront and saying there's parking with your unit, is it even possible to sell a unit to an individual with a car and say, listen, you're going to park, a kilometer up the road, you have to park your car and bring your groceries to your unit? Or does it make sense for, developers to say, listen, across the street is a grocery store. They've got more than enough spaces. Maybe we can strike a deal with them. Is that even something in the realm of the possible? Because I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to add a new parking lot in a space that could be housing just up front. You could just develop that into housing right out of the gate.
I think the idea of communal parking lot is giving us an option. It's not a requirement that you will put in a communal parking lot if you're putting such and such a unit. I think it's providing the opportunity to, so if someone does have the extra lot and wants to do that, this becomes a possibility. The bylaw does carry forward shared parking rates. So like, for example, your example of like a neighboring parking lot that during office it closes at 5 and there's an ample amount of parking that's available so that people that live down the street can park there. It's done by lot though. So like you could only really share if you had mixed use where you had residents in that lot and commercial on that lot, that you could have some spots that sort of flipped at some point. Like I'm making it simple, but like it flipped. It became a commercial spot during the day, and then in the evening, there's a little bit of your count. You're not providing as much because you've got some overlap, but it's per lot. So someone that built something down the street wouldn't be able to take advantage of that. So there might be something there where you can potentially explore the option. And I don't know if the zoning bylaw is the place to do that, or if it's agreements through your site plan agreement or something else. But I think the communal parking lot is an option. It's not, as we understand it, you will be told there's a mandated communal parking lot that will be required if you build this unit.
Okay. As I said, I think I'm still wrapping my head around the whole concept. I had one more question, Chair. It was regards to your comment about EV charging within new builds. I wasn't clear from the staff report if the development community, the building community were keen on that idea. You had mentioned that you'd be willing to have, hydro entities at the table. Are you in favor of having, electrified units built right out of the bat, like off the bat?
I think that there's support to do that. I think the amount of which they're requiring currently in the bylaw is quite prohibited. So essentially, I can't remember exactly what the requirement is. I want to say it's almost 1 to, depending on the type of charger you put in, you may have a 1-to-1 surface parking lot to chargers ratio. So, and the city does acknowledge that they're relooking at the ratio. And I think our concern from the industry is this infrastructure does cost money. Not everybody's going to have an EV car. So are the ratios correct? And again, a minimum is one thing, but maybe that minimum, if demand is there, again, we sort of speak on the market side of things. If demand is there and they're seeing a lot of people that need it, they will put them in order to accommodate the market. But the current rate that they have provided in there, a lot of members have brought up concern with the cost of that, and then the conversations with hydro saying, if we do meet these requirements, hydro, and everybody plugs in a car at that same time because the power, like because the mounts are there, you have to plan for peak, and we might be oversupplying the size of your generator or anything like that to accommodate the potential that they're all being plugged in at the same time. So we just want the conversation there is, let's further look at the ratios. I think requiring some EV makes sense, but not necessarily the amount that they've put in this bylaw.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. So with respect, I don't see any questions from members or others. With respect to transition to the tower in neighborhoods that abut the low rise, and I know you have a full presentation, and I sort of want to move on at this point without getting into that. But if you have an 11-meter low-rise multi-residential on the abutting lot, in your view, what is the minimum acceptable distance before you get into a high-rise tower portion?
Well, again, not to over rely on the current zoning, but right now the R5 would allow a 12-story building with a 7.5 meter deep rear yard setback. All of the buildings, there's a 14-story building on Rideau Street that abuts low rise on Besserer, and the rear yard setback is 7.5 to the 14-story building. Like we have that standard. It was deemed acceptable a long time ago, and it still is now. Building at 300 Gilmore has a 7.5 rear yard setback, 12 stories, backing onto low-rise residential. It happens all the time. You have some in your ward along Carling. But now that we're beyond 12 and we're in the 20-something range, we have to have 30 meters. I think there's and I know what staff is saying, like we can't possibly anticipate every development scenario, but maybe the starting point shouldn't be 30 meters. Maybe it could be 20 meters and we work from there. I think there's probably a compromise to be reached, and we'd like to continue to speak to Mr. Nadeau and the team about that. Again, the Taggart one is 16 stories or 20 stories, 20 meter setback.
Yep.
Seems much more manageable to me.
And the 7.5 meter in places like Scott Street, et cetera. Although I think sometimes we tend to use the 7.5 to go to the podium rather than the tower portion.
Typically, and you know what? I'm not going to pull out I can't pull out a presentation, but yeah, I think the sensitivities are always to the podium, not the tower. And I'm really grateful that staff, I think, is there, that the adverse impacts are not because people can see a taller building from further away, but rather how is that taller building dealt with in terms of the podium and the lower portions. And I think that the approach that staff have identified forces us to deal with that in a reasonable way.
Yeah, and I think that is a positive direction, recognizing that the impactful setback is really to the podium, as long as that podium's not too tall. There comes a point where the podium is almost a high rise itself in some of the proposals.
Yeah.
But once you get to the tower portion, whether that's 16 or whether that's 27, the impact on the abutting properties is really the same. And we saw that at Holland Cross, for instance.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just want to add one more thing. The towers that we're talking about will still have to most likely go through site plan approval. And that's when you design guidelines come into play. And when we talk about what's happening in that space between the tower and the rear yard, the podium, the articulation, the landscaping, all of that gets sort of ironed out and looked at through that site planning process, which any of these developments are going to have to go through.
Okay. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for coming out today and making that joint presentation to us. We're going to move on to Tony Ferranda, who will be followed by Erica Shardlow, who's online, and then followed by Paul Goodkey, who's online. Tony, good afternoon. I'll show you to your seat, and whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning, members of ARAC and Planning and Housing Committees and everyone here today. My name is Tony Ferranda, and I'm a resident of, and I own property in Ward 21 along with my wife. I'm speaking this morning to bring light to an issue and why I'm firmly opposed to any further increases in the proposed distances from a sand and gravel and bedrock resource area. I've been following the new draft zoning bylaws closely, and draft 1 had no changes in it to affect mineral resource distance separations. Only when I reviewed draft 2 on March 20th, when it was released, did I find a major change in the distance required for mineral resource. The new proposal would double the distances from a sand and gravel area from 150 meters to 300 meters, and almost 2.5 times the distance to a quarry or bedrock resource area from 210 meters to 500 meters. Currently, there are distances in place that already protect mineral resources, and they're found in section 67 of the zoning bylaw, which read, 150 meters to an ME2, ME3, or mineral reserve zone, and 210 meters to an ME zone. And for those that might not be familiar with that, the ME2, ME3, or mineral reserve zone, that's typically a sand and gravel pit where you're not digging deep and no disturbances to the water table, for instance, and 210 meters to a bedrock area where there might be some, they're digging deeper, right? So anyways, these have been in place for decades and have served to protect those resources from homes and other sensitive uses being built too close. So any lands that are in close proximity to these resources already have to abide by those separation requirements. By doubling these separation distances, or even more than doubling them, this would affect hundreds of landowners across the city who would want to build a home on land they own in the future and would be completely unaware of the consequences of this proposal if passed. Currently, if you would like to sever a lot or create a new lot in these areas, you need to provide a mineral resource impact assessment to show there is no negative impacts to pits or quarries if you were within that 300 meter or 500 meter overlay. Now, they're trying to apply this to all existing lots of records and properties. These mineral resource impact assessments must be prepared by qualified experts. They're costly, and they're usually rejected by city staff. That leads to a refusal or a trip to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I can speak to that because I've been through this process. It's extremely costly, time-consuming, and overpowering. I'm advocating to keep the current distances to mineral resources found in section 67 of the bylaw in place. I reached out to Gary McLaren. I've worked with him before. He's an expert. He's a Milestone Aggregate Consulting Engineering, and he is an expert in this field who's worked for years with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources, licensing pits and quarries. When I told him about this new proposal, he was unaware of it, and he told me this is not a provincial policy, but rather something that's led by Ottawa City planning staff and is unnecessary with all the protections already in place. He sent me a snippet from the Act, Aggregate Resource Act, in June of 2021, which was consolidated. The provincial technical report standards were reaffirmed, requiring new licensed applications to submit a noise report when sites are within 150 meters of a receptor. And a receptor is, like, for instance, a home or other sensitive use. This requirement became mandatory during changes to the Aggregate Resource Act back in 1997. And this 150 meter requirement resulted from consultation between Ministry of Natural Resources and based on complaint applications and reviews of technical reports. So if a pit needs to be 150 meters from a home to operate, it's logical that that distance should be reciprocal from a home to a pit. So there is no need to increase that number. I'd like to give an example of these implications. Assuming someone here owns a 100-acre parcel of property, and their neighbor next door doesn't even have to be a pit, it just has to have a mineral reserve zoning on it. The 100-acre parcels are typically divided 300 meters wide by about 1,400 meters or approximately long. Currently, you wouldn't be able to build within 150 meters of that neighboring zone, which basically means you can't build on 50 acres of your property. The new overlay would make 100% of your property unbuildable for a single residence. We're not talking about subdivisions, just for a single residence. And if you were next to a quarry currently, you'd have to be 210 meters away from the zone, but you still have somewhere on your land you could build a home. Well, not anymore if this proposal is adopted. And now imagine on smaller properties. It
Tony,
would be
your
impossible
5
for
minutes is up. If I
landowners-
could just ask you to wrap up.
Yep, I'll be done in a moment. Thank you. It would be impossible for landowners or farmers to build on land they already own and that they're planning on building on in the future. My wife and I have a beautiful property we've owned for close to 20 years and which we plan to retire on. Currently, we meet the zoning bylaw and we would not meet the proposed zoning bylaw. And I also would like to add that almost everyone affected by this proposal is unaware of what's going on. Virtually nobody reads these zoning drafts. These proposals should be mailed to affected property owners. The ones I've spoken to so far were not in favor as it would sterilize their property. Thank you
Tony,
for all
I'm
your
sorry,
time
the
and
5 minutes are up there. I need to cut you off there.
Yep, thank you.
But I note that Chair Brown does have a question for you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Not a question, but thanks to the delegate for coming out today. I know this is almost a uniquely rural concern as the majority of our resources exist in rural Ottawa, so I'll certainly have questions for staff at the appropriate time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ferretta, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll move on to Erica Shardlow, who's online, followed by Paul Goodkey, followed by Courtney Argue, and then our last delegate is Wilson Wood, and then we'll take a 20-minute break. Erica Shardlow with Cafes, I think you're online.
Hello.
Hi there, how are you today?
Great, thank you.
Good. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Erica Shardlow. I'm the Trees and Green Space Coordinator at Cafes. We could go to the next slide, please. So we are an environmental network in Ottawa. I know many of you know about us. I'll go to the next slide just to provide a quick background. Next slide again, please. So in 2024, a team of very experienced volunteers from Cafes wrote a position paper with metrics-based recommendations on how zoning can regulate space for trees. We submitted a more recent version to response in draft 1 in October. Also in October, we submitted a detailed recommendations document as part of the People's Official Plan Coalition and received feedback from staff. We do want to thank staff for the effort that has gone into this draft. Next slide. So in terms of our high-level priorities, we support a compact, green, and livable city as an alternative to sprawl. Equity is very important. Zoning should provide exceptions in low-income, tree-deprived, heat island areas to increase soft landscaping. We've been advocating for soil volumes for a while now, which includes planting using proper depths and surface areas based on size of tree to ensure that trees have space to thrive to maturity. We think this bylaw is an excellent opportunity to reflect the necessary values that trees provide. We can have a dense city that also has space for trees. Next slide. So we all know the benefits of trees, so I won't go over this too much because there's a lot more. So next slide, please. So in terms of stormwater management, we support the provisions that require stormwater infrastructure to be available. We just maintain that there could be more emphasis on the impact that permeable spaces have in really dense areas with inadequate drainage. We'd love to see soil volumes permitted above underground stormwater infrastructure with the intent on improving attenuation. We've mentioned tree trenches before. We now have a pilot in Ottawa, which is really great. So can zoning permit or provide technical guidance on engineering being installed in the soil volumes underneath trees? Next slide. Okay, so section 210, we support that draft 2 retained, again, the 30 cubic meter soil volume above underground structures. We understand this was edited to apply only in rear yards now, given that front and side yards are often not big enough, which is understandable, but we would like to see soil volumes applied everywhere regardless. Draft 2, as we understand, got rid of the 3 meter setback for underground structures. So we have some concerns. Would these structures interfere with the critical root zones of trees planted above them? We believe this means that the 1.5 soil depth is super important then to give room for tree roots. So definitely this depth should be kept going forward. For alternative setbacks for trees, we really think this flexibility is great. For waste, we support accessible waste storage. Next slide. So for parking, I will mention that we support no parking minimums. We support single lane, shared driveways, the permeable wheel strips. For surface lots, we are happy to see soft landscaping minimums retained in draft 2. We have received feedback before that these lots can take many shapes, so it's really hard to have contiguous large soil space, but we do still recommend adding in the 30 cubic meters of soil volume for surface lots so we can have big trees. Next slide. So for neighborhood zones, we have been suggesting for a while now 6 meter setbacks citywide to ensure space for big trees. We have received feedback that this is difficult. So where setbacks are smaller, like the 3 meters, could we introduce a clause where zoning has to match small setbacks with very large right-of-way space so we can still have that contiguous soil and room for trees? For front yards, retaining the soft landscaping minimums, super important. Just some photos on the slide from Overbrook show the importance of having these setbacks and soft landscaping. For rear yards in the downtown and inner urban transects, the soft landscaping that we have is a positive. However, outside these 2 areas, the A and B areas, we are seeking clarity on why the required soil volume was removed from draft 2 and why we now have 25% soft landscaping minimum only in lots with rear parking spaces. So any clarification we can get on that would be great. Next slide. So lastly, in hub zones and main streets, we have received feedback that the priority for these areas is to maintain or maximize intensification. We just really want to highlight that trees are so necessary in these very busy, hot, and dense areas. They're essential for walkability, for shade, cooling, carbon capture, traffic calming, and so many more benefits. So another example where setbacks are really important. We know there are none currently. But we just really need to see trees in these areas. And that is everything. So thank you again very much.
Erica, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just taking a look to see whether or not there are any questions for you from committee members, and I see one from Councillor Troster.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you so much for your presentation. Folks are probably getting tired of hearing me say that Somerset Ward has the lowest tree coverage in the entire National Capital Region, but we do, and it's very important. And I was really excited to see the stormwater pilot in tree trenches in the glebe. I think it's really cool and it holds a lot of potential. So I just wanted to thank you for your work in this area. We have the additional challenge in Centertown if we're having all our sewers redone, and when you rip up the sewers, sometimes the trees have to come out too. So every tree that we lose in the neighborhood is a major problem. So thank you. I'm really hoping that these new provisions really lead to more trees, specifically in the urban core.
For sure. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Erica, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for making a presentation to the committee. So Paul Goodkey, followed by Courtney Argue, then Wilson Wood will be our final 3 delegates, and then we'll take a short break. Paul, I think you are online. I see you there. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can, thanks. Go on ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, my name's Paul Goodkey. I'm a resident of Old Ottawa East. I'm the past chair of the Planning Committee, going back to something like 2007. I'm of the same mind as Councillor Brockington. I don't think that the ordinary resident has any idea of the tsunami, is the word he used before, of change that this draft zoning bylaw implements or proposes to implement. I'm very surprised that this myriad of documents you have before you doesn't include the community association comments and the comments, the responses that staff have made. This has got to be important. If the councillors, if you're not made aware of these comments and responses, how can you base your decisions on without those comments. Similarly, obviously, from all the presentations, there's comments from the development industry and probably responses that the public hasn't seen. And how can the public grasp the enormity of this zoning bylaw without those kind of that kind of information in their minds? Specifically, staff knows that the Old Ottawa East secondary plan establishes more detailed policies to guide the growth and change in Old Ottawa East. The secondary plan intent is to provide the city with policy direction for development of Old Ottawa East properties designated as Main Street, as well as to preserve and enhance the livability of the current 15-minute Old Ottawa East neighborhoods. We had a meeting with Councillor Menard and staff, senior staff, on September 3rd. And we were assured that while the new zoning bylaw draft 1 did not implement the Old Ottawa East secondary plan policies, the draft 2 of the new zoning bylaw would do so. But it does a little bit by putting height restrictions on certain properties, but there's many other policies that should be implemented per the Old Ottawa East secondary plan policies 23, 24, 25. In addition to that, I mean, you just heard from cafes. Trees are really important. The zoning bylaw for front yard setbacks got changed. I don't know how it got changed, but it now reads your front yard setback is whatever the underlying zone says. And of course, we've got the new N1, N2, N3, and so on that have setbacks that will not allow for trees to thrive. Not even a small tree in cases, definitely not a large tree, maybe a mid-sized tree. And Erica has pointed out the soil volumes that you need. And it's not necessarily the soil volumes, it's that the tree's roots are just below the surface. Most of them are within the first 2 feet, and they spread out and are, if they're allowed to be obstructed by underground obstructions like walkways, stairs, landings, that the foundation extends out into the front yard setback, that's permitted. But why can't these things be set on top of posts or piles so that the roots can go underneath? It just needs to be more thought put into this. And I really, really think that the front yard setback averaging is the key. So if there's an opportunity for a 6 meter setback, if it's the average, then it should be, and then a tree can go in. If it's a 4.5 meter setback, then a tree, medium tree has a chance. But you get down to 3 meters and less, there's no chance for a tree. And there goes our goal of a 40% canopy. This, secondly, this zoning bylaw talks about grade.
Paul,
measuring.
I'm sorry, I need to cut you off there. It's
okay.
5 minutes. But I see that Councilor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Paul, for your engagement on the new comprehensive zoning bylaw in the first draft. I just want to assure you that certainly we'll speak with staff some more about the Old Ottawa East secondary plan as the second draft is out now, and any other further changes that need to be made to be consistent with the secondary plan. So I hear your comments and appreciate the engagement to date. I just wanted to ask you, is there any other large pieces that didn't get carried over after the meetings that we did have into the second draft that you're noting that you wanted to recognize today?
Well, to recognize today, there's several things I could go on about, but I would really appreciate a motion that says requesting staff meet with us, have meaningful consultation, have some back and forth, consider the different policies that are in the secondary plan, and have those discussed thoroughly and implemented. Sean, I was watching Carol's presentation, and I forget which slide it was. I think I might be it was her slide 10 and 11 that looked different than the zoning map that is available now for N3 and N4 zones. I was like, well, it's very, very small, but if I could get that blown up, maybe that document is different than what the zoning bylaw is saying now. So there's so many subtleties and so much information. And Sean, I point out that this zoning bylaw has illustrations in it. And the illustrations aren't drawn to scale. That's not helpful for the general public. They look at it and they say, whoa, there's lots of room. Look at that. Look at all the room. And it's like the front yard setback is scaled at maybe 9 meters. It's those sketches, those illustrations, they got to be drawn to scale. So,
Paul, if I
Okay,
may, I just want to
you,
keep this on an answer to Councilor Menard's questions would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, Chair, I'll wrap up just by saying thank you. I know there were some anomalies we had pointed out with staff as well in some of the mapping exercises early on in some of the floodplain zones and some other areas where that N3, N4 piece came in. And Paul, happy to go through some more details with you too, offline or over email as well. So thank you very much for the engagement to date. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Councilor Menard. We have 2 delegations left. First, Courtney Argue and then Wilson Wood. I believe Courtney may be in the room. Hi, Courtney. Ms. Argue, whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, joint committee.
Thank you. Is my slideshow up, Kelly? Perfect, thank you. So I just wanted to start that I did have a conversation with Clerk Kelly before this, and I asked him if I could bring a chicken to City Hall because I wanted to be a little bit different, and he said that it probably wouldn't get through security. I've never been to City Hall before, so I left my chicken home and I left you with a picture. Next slide. So presentation is about what is really going on in rural countryside. Next slide. The answer is agriculture. Next slide. So just to highlight, Government of Canada, some agricultural activities include soil tilling like crops, corn, beans, wheat, livestock raising and showing, poultry raising, dairy farming, tree farming, fruit growing, and maple syrup. Next slide. What does the province say about agriculture? So they say provincial policy protects prime agriculture areas from non-agricultural uses and recommends that large continuous areas be reserved for agriculture. Smaller agricultural areas may not be prime agricultural areas unto themselves. They may be rural lands that together with prime agricultural areas help to create a continuous productive land base for agriculture. So what's important here is that we might have non-agricultural areas around our agricultural land swaths. However, we must protect these lands as well, because if something should go wrong on these rural lands, it can actually affect our agricultural areas as well. Next slide, please. So this is a sample of rural properties in Ward 5 near the agricultural resource area in the official plan. I did just pull a quick reference. Most people are aware of the South March Bess. So that is labeled on that map. Up to the top in the red area is an agricultural area. The green areas are actually countryside rural zoning. So in that green area, there's 22 properties. Next slide, please. Of those 22 rural lots that we know of, 9% of those are managed forest areas. 50% of those have agricultural activities or support agricultural operations, yet they are not zoned agricultural. They are zoned rural countryside. Next slide, please. So why not zone ag? Why are these people not zoning their properties agricultural? Basically because when you zone agricultural, there are increased restrictions, and it also does not support more small-scale agricultural ventures. So the benefits don't outweigh the costs. Next slide, please. So what? Next slide. Without hay, pasture, viable land, I thought I'd keep it real simple here. Your livestock don't eat, your livestock die, and people do not eat. Also, your fields do not produce food, and people do not eat. Basically, the moral of the story is if we do not protect our agricultural lands, as well as our rural lands that support these swaths of land, our residents of Ottawa will not be fed. Next slide, please. Rural Summit is really important. We've recognized that there is a huge divide between rural and urban residents in this city, and rural voices need to be heard. And so this is where I bring some quotes here. Farmers feed our communities. Our city government should be enabling them to succeed. Farmland is non-renewable, cannot be returned to its original state once developed. We have developers here that are saying that when they put a utility on a farmed area of land, they will return it to its original state. That is not possible once you disturb farmed land. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Again, Rural Summit, what we must do is through zoning bylaw process, invest more time and energy into approaches that preserve agricultural lands. Fighting climate change must be done in a way that considers the needs and interests of farmers and rural residents. Next slide, please. And this is just me on my 26-acre farm in Dunrobin, Ontario. I'm a first-generation young farmer. I feed over 30+ residents in Ward 5. That is a food desert. We do not have access to a local grocery store. And I live on a rural countryside property. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. I see that Councillor Kelly's got a question for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Courtney, for your presentation and adding some rural flair to today's meeting. I often get the sense, based on feedback from the community and when applications for various things or activity starts happening on RU land, that a lot of people have driven past it over the years, seeing that it's farmed, think it's agricultural land, and then all kinds of questions ensue at that point. But as you said, and in terms of the agriculture zoning, I will have some questions for staff in terms of how that gets decided on. But also, as you said, that would likely be something that the landowner could or would bring. And you mentioned incentivizing them to do that. What do you think we could do with AG zoning or the process that surrounds it to incentivize people to do that?
I think that we need to get away from or not get away from it, but to support that farming comes in all sizes. Farming comes in small scale as well as large scale. So a lot of these rural countryside properties, we're gonna probably start seeing more small scale to be more self-sufficient, especially in rural wards where we are food deserts. We do not have the resources necessarily to support especially people of vulnerable populations like our elderly folk and people with disabilities. So I think supporting small scale farming ventures are really key, because we also know that the farming population is aging. People are not taking over family farms anymore. And so now is a time to really support these people and support our local economy as well as our country as a large.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Argue. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today, which will lead us to our final delegation, Wilson Wood, who I understand is online.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Wood. We can hear you. We don't have a camera on you, but that's okay. Oh, there you are. We see and hear you.
Thank
Whenever
you.
you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the Joint Committee.
Wonderful. Thank you. Once again, we're saving the best for last. Thank you to the committee and the opportunity to present today. And also, I'd like to appreciate the comments made by some of the councillors and other presenters in regards to car sharing specifically. I was part of the initiative to start car sharing back in the year 2000. We started with 5 people in one car. It's a station-based program that allows members to share one of our vehicles, little as 15 minutes up to 7 days. People pay by the hour and by the kilometer. Those fees include gas, insurance, and snow tires. The very first location was actually at a City of Ottawa lot at the corner of Bank and Chamberlain. Today, we have approximately a dozen of our cars parked on city lots. This is a partnership that we greatly appreciate. Today, there's approximately 160 stations in Ottawa supporting 230 cars. This translates to approximately 7,000 users, active users in Ottawa. The impact of this is significant in that numerous independent and academic studies have concluded that 8 to 10 privately owned cars are either replaced or removed from the community by one shared car. So today there are 2,000 fewer cars driving around Ottawa because of the 8,000 users that are taking advantage of our service. Who are the people that drive cars? Well, our shared cars, people who don't own a car, obviously they have a valid license, but there's many people who want to limit their car use down to one car per family. We hear this all the time. We only need one car because we have access to shared cars. Our members primarily use public transportation and choose active transportation modes to get around. So we're a big supporter of public transit. The impact of the proposed changes to Bylaw 307 is very important in that since we began, many of the smaller privately owned commercial lots that we find our cars parking spaces for, they are disappearing and disappearing dramatically and quickly, as they should, as the city intensifies and densities increases throughout all of the neighborhoods that we are located. Finding parking is a challenge. It's a real challenge. So allowing shared cars access to all zones within all of the neighborhoods that we're currently operating and new places that we hope to expand to, where we are near where our members live and work. The use of shared cars improves public transit access to active transportation modes. I do want to also include a shout out to on-street parking permits throughout the city in all neighborhoods. That promotes equity and improves revenue to the city. Shared cars are operating in many, many cities throughout Canada and throughout the world. Ottawa is one of the very, very successful cities where this is happening. So thank you very much. Short presentation. Happy to take any questions.
I appreciate your presence here today. Thank you. I don't see any question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kavanagh.
No, thank you. Very timely to hear from you in terms of the car share program. One of the things that probably all councillors are doing this, including myself, is whenever there's new developments and they have, you know, parking minimums, we suggest that they have car share at new developments, usually high rises. Is this not adequate? Because that is happening mostly at transit-oriented development, that is developments near transit stations.
Absolutely. It's a real challenge in that we need to be included in the very pre-approval, pre-planning stage, because our vehicles need public access. So people need to be getting to our cars. As I say, one shared car is supported by 25 users. So those 25 users are going to come from the building that the car is in, but then they also need access. So we can't be down inside of the security perimeter, if you will, inside of these large buildings. So they need to be beside, not replacing, but beside a visitor parking spots, but they need accessibility. And that is so hard to do until we come on at the very last stage of the game. So when including car sharing, so actually incentivizing it somehow and encouraging builders to include us from the beginning, but inevitably, and not very often does that happen, I'm afraid.
Not even in, say, you know, visitor parking area?
Close to a visitor parking area, because the visitor parking areas, but they're often behind a closed door in terms of accessing it. So how do we get into the visitor parking area if it's behind a closed door? If it's accessible, publicly accessible, yes, we have insurance to cover our members and insurance to cover our users going onto the private property to get access to the vehicle. But yes, we need to work with more developers, and more developers need to come forward to us, but having the city incentivize it by really encouraging it at these developments in the planning stage is most helpful. And not just us, other sharing services are of course interested, bike shares and the like, will be looking to access these spaces. So yes, more work needs to be done in terms of the planning stage and including shared access to shared vehicles.
Okay, thank you. And I imagine you saw Councillor Lane's motion about including car shares. If
I
there
did,
are, yeah.
and much appreciated, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Wilson, for being here. I know you and the late Chris Bradshaw were instrumental in launching car sharing in Ottawa. I remember meeting Chris over 25 years ago when that started.
Yes.
Trying to figure out, are there any existing city regulations that restrict where car share vehicles can park?
Well, the change in the bylaw, the big restriction was R4. We weren't allowed to go into those neighborhoods where there's many people who don't own a car, but they have a driveway or they have additional access on their property to be able to park one of our shared vehicles. But there's, other than the development industry not including us early enough in their planning stage, and then approaching us, well after the fact. But there's nothing preventing us other than the development and the process and including us in that process.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Wilson, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation this afternoon. That concludes the public delegations. Let's take 15 minutes and reconvene at 12:20. All right, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we're back underway. So it is that time in the meeting when we get to ask questions of our staff. I'll look for hands. I don't see anything up yet. Chair Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll make this brief again. I'd like to thank the delegate, Mr. Ferranda, for raising the concerns that he had. And a quick question to staff. I hope Mr. Moody's in the room. Mr. Moody, based on what we heard from the delegate, do you think there's an opportunity to take this issue back and work on it internally to see if there's some happy ground we could land on?
Chair, absolutely. There's an opportunity to have continued dialogue, both with members of council and also with members of the public on this particular issue, and we're happy to do so.
Perfect. That's it for me on that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, I didn't mean to lower my hand.
Vice Chair Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Johnson. I meant to hit the audio button, not the lower hand button. Couple questions. We talked, staff talked early in the presentation about additional units on or around agricultural operations. And I just wanted to clarify, are we talking about 3 additional units on a current property, or are we talking about additional severances being allowed for additional units? I just wondered if I could get some clarification on what exactly we're talking about.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's 2 additional units for where a residence is a permitted use in an agricultural zone. And this is to implement those changes in the provincial policy statement that happened recently. So it's a conformity exercise with that. And no, there would be no changes to the severance policies.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is about the mineral extraction overlay and the increased setbacks on that one. And interestingly enough, on Thursday, we're going to be discussing an application for a expansion of an aggregate pit in my ward. And some of my residents have brought this particular issue to my attention. And I just want to make sure again that I understand this properly. So it says the overlay is intended to ensure mineral aggregate resources are protected from sensitive land uses, which could hinder extraction of mineral aggregate zones, indirect sterilization. What about the possible indirect sterilization of private property as a result of these increased setbacks? And then I'm also wondering, does this go both ways? Would a aggregate operation or mineral extraction operation be able to expand closer to sensitive uses? So does it go both ways, or are we potentially indirectly sterilizing private property at the expense of not indirectly sterilizing mineral aggregate zones?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So the distances in the draft zoning bylaw relate to distances specified in the official plan to sand and gravel and quarries. We missed those distances in our first draft, and so that's why there is a modification here in the second draft. But what we missed in the second draft was a carve out for existing dwellings. We should have had a provision in there, or rather not existing dwellings, existing lots of record. There should have been a provision in there stating that a dwelling is permitted on an existing lot of record. So we'll be happy to work with you, with your office, and with official plan staff to clarify the intention of these provisions and correct any errors in the provisions in draft 2 and in ready for draft 3.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I guess my last questions and comments are around minimum parking standards, and I don't think anyone will be surprised that I want to talk about that. And I may reference the village of Carp a couple of times today. Very popular rural village with a lot of neat attractions, the Carp Fair, the farmers market, tons of awesome local businesses that people come from all over to visit. So if you drive through Carp on a busy Saturday or a busy any day really that things are going on in Carp, you will notice that there is a lack of parking. Two-way traffic on Donald Beeman Road, right near the four corners of Carp, can often be difficult. So I am very interested in the communal parking idea, not overly excited about it being at the expense of spots on developed lots. And nor do I think this is a particular rural issue. Every morning I drop my daughter off in Ward 4 at daycare. The second I turn from Second Line onto Klondike, I see trailers in driveways, cars parked on lawns, and of course cars parked on the side of the streets, and you can see the effect that that has on things like snow clearing and buses getting through there. And so I'm of the opinion that the current minimum parking standards are not enough. When we talk about reducing them or eliminating them altogether, I think we're forgetting a lot about people in the trades. You know, we've heard a lot about we need more units. Well, we need people to build those units. And I've worked in the trades. I know lots of people who work in the trades. Oftentimes you're bringing tools to work and moving to another job site during the same day. So if we're talking about getting rid of parking standards, we're also talking about building housing that will not accommodate people who work in the trades, will not accommodate personal support workers, delivery drivers, families who have children in sports or other extracurriculars. So I would caution the direction that we're going, against the direction we're going in terms of parking. And yeah, that pretty much sums up my thoughts on parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a few different series of questions. So I'll focus on one theme at a time. And I just really like, as a member of the council sponsors group on the zoning bylaw, I really just wanted to thank staff who have, reconciled so many comments, have continued to keep an open mind, have demonstrated a real iterative approach that I've been really pleased with, and I hope that certainly my community associations have been well briefed and certainly have sent through, I'm sure, some of those 15 pagers, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad you're reading them. I can see the responses being thoughtful and considered. So I really wanted to say how much I've enjoyed being part of this process. My first series of questions, I might focus on secondary dwelling units and just to get you to say in your own words, in this new draft for secondary dwelling units, does the definition change, or are they easier to create or more challenging to create, or do they remain fairly the same?
Through the chair. So we've eliminated the distinction really between an additional dwelling unit and a dwelling unit because first of all, we're permitting a minimum of 4 in our N1 zone, so there's no longer a need to count whether something is an additional dwelling unit or not. There are 4 units permitted. And in situations, say, let's for instance, with a townhouse, where additional dwelling units are added to each townhouse lot for a total of 3, we apply or we provide those permissions up to 24 and consider for the purposes of our density calculations an additional dwelling unit to be equivalent to a dwelling unit. So we're really just trying to simplify the bylaw so that there aren't interpretations needed in terms of the maximum densities calculations. If it's a dwelling unit, whether it's additional or not, it's counted towards the maximum density in the zone.
Okay, thank you very much. Certainly, in my ward as an outer urban representative, we are interested in encouraging density wherever we can. And our hope is that this zoning bylaw will create the conditions for greater density on lots. We've been somewhat restricted to seeing secondary dwelling units in an existing built form, which has created pressure on the neighborhood in a way that hasn't really been holistically considered, I think, for many existing residents. And we want to see more purpose-built rental housing come forward. So perhaps I'll transition to how this relates to the motion that I put forward for communal parking lots, because it's much of the same concern where, you know, I ran a campaign based on creating walkability. My first op-ed was about how I couldn't walk anywhere to get a bag of milk. And I was always having to strap my kids into the car and how that was really restrictive. I do believe that residents in College Ward want better walkability, but without density, we will struggle to attract the goods and services into our neighborhoods that create that walkability. Similarly, without density, I don't get the operating calculations to increase transit in many of my neighborhoods. So the housing has to come. And my concern with this zoning bylaw is that although we will be creating additional permissions as of right, that the transition whereby we're asking people to take fewer trips by car is not supported by the market. And this is what I've heard from, infill developers specifically, that they are struggling to imagine how they can build up to 10 units without providing for parking. We don't have an on-street parking permit regime in the outer urban wards, and I know that the zoning team are concurrently running a permit parking expansion study to try and complement some of these challenges. But in the meantime, I'm putting forward a motion for there to be a transect by transect consideration of what could be a communal parking lot. I had some great discussions with Councillor Troster in working up to this motion, because certainly I don't think for parking solutions a one size fits all, but I would be hesitant to remove the opportunity for a communal parking lot in the zoning bylaw at this stage without bringing it forward to the community for consultation. At this point, he hears my voice and then it's like he just comes right in. At this point, we don't know to what extent College Ward residents would be comfortable with having a communal parking lot next to them. So I want to use this next stage of the draft 2 consultation to allow for that conversation to be had. I appreciate the challenges with the idea of a transitional parking lot, whether a parking lot would remain a parking lot forevermore. But I would be reluctant to close the door on such a conversation at this stage when I have been told that we will continue to see either monster homes being built with an appropriate driveway or other restrictions based on parking that limit the built form. So it is a transect by transect approach so that we can sort of dig into what the sensitivities would be for each geography. But I do think we need to respect, and it's been demonstrated that the market has an undue, a naturally overseeing impact on whether or not housing actually gets built. And I think that parking in a transition to transit support is a nut that we still have to crack. So I appreciate the opportunity to bring it forward, and I welcome any questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Chair. I just quickly wanted to bring up one of the issues from the delegations around the discrepancy between maximum height by meters and story. I assume staff are aware of that. And I was just curious about any comments you had about overall strategy to potentially rectify that concern.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the comment. Yes, well, we are certainly interested in looking at it. There's definitely a push-pull with the policies in the official plan that limit by stories, by designation. But we have 10 months left and we can look at the technical issues in the zoning bylaw and see if we can come to a middle ground here.
Okay, and on that, we've heard a lot of different concerns raised by delegations. And I just wanted to check, some of them you're aware of, some of them are new. You will be considering all of those as part of the overall feedback. You don't necessarily need directions or motions from committee members to look at each individual thing. If somebody has raised it today, staff will be reviewing that idea and considering it as part of the consultation process?
Through the chair, yes, we will.
Okay, that's good. Simplifies things. I just wanted, Chair, briefly to give some context to the direction and the motion that I brought forward. The direction that I read earlier was about, in certain parts of older Stittsville, changing the zoning that's currently in the draft of N1E to N1D. What that would do is, well, we have a number of older lots in Stittsville back from the village days that are quite large lots, 30 meters or more. Over the last 10 or 15 years, many of them have been subdivided and they go to the Committee of Adjustment to be severed, and then a minor rezoning. Because when you sever a 30-foot lot, the 30-meter lot, you end up with a 15-meter lot. These are being approved by the Committee of Adjustment almost exclusively. I can't find one that hasn't been approved. But under the current recommended zoning, the minimum lot width is 18 meters. If they shifted to a N1D, the minimum lot width would be 15 meters, which would allow that as of right. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. It was an issue raised by the community. So the direction is just to have staff review that as a possibility. And, you know, there may be similar lots in the older parts of the suburbs as well that I'm not aware of, but that's specific to Stittsville. And then in the other motion, which is around Main Street corridor height and transition in the suburban transect, I'm still not satisfied that we could be allowing with option 3, 27 stories as of right anywhere in the suburbs just because it's on a Main Street corridor. On the outskirts of the suburbs where these Main Street corridors are adjacent to rural farmland areas or adjacent to neighborhoods that are predominantly low rise, I don't think 27 stories is what we had in mind with the official plan that we passed a few years ago. So I don't know what the right transition is, but I've suggested that one way we could shape those maximum as of right heights is through proximity to a transit station. So if you're super close to a transit station on a Main Street corridor, maybe 27 stories is appropriate. But as you get further away, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers from that transit station, I think a lower as of right max height for high rises, maybe 18 stories is more appropriate. So the motion asks staff to develop a framework that we can consult on and get feedback from residents and from the development industry, and hopefully come up with something that is a better balance for everyone in the suburban transect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, if I understand the intent of your motion, I just want to make sure that it doesn't change the recommended approach in the second draft that we're going to go out and consult on, but it asks staff to present a different option.
Yes, they'd come back with an option 4 and their recommendations pro or con when we review the third draft.
Fantastic. And to staff, I'm just wondering, is that something that you feel committee can support?
Oh, yes, we can absolutely produce an option 4 and release it sooner than later. So not in September. Try and release it in the summer, perhaps through a memo to council so that we can get it out and put it on our engage page and add it to the menu of things to consult on.
With respect to Vice Chair Gower's direction, he's asking you to consider whether the N1E could be changed to N1D, but just to give it some consideration and to report back in the third draft on that. Is that direction that you're willing to undertake?
Through the chair, yes, that is absolutely something that we are willing to undertake to look at.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Apologies for the diversion. There's a little bit of administration. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, no problem at all. Just following up with Vice Chair Gower was saying there, right now along March Road, we have 40 stories all the way up into northern rural Canada. So just to point that out, that is the case right now. So it would be interesting to see what could change there, because we did have a community development plan there that was a lot lower. We've right now, people understand it to be 40. Anyway, I would look forward to this as my point of what Vice Chair Gower is saying. I wasn't sure where to start, and if I need to get cut off, that's fine. But one of the things I wanted to give staff the opportunity to do is to make sort of a list of all the things that are taken into consideration after the zoning bylaw is passed. So if people are thinking this is one size fits all, which I think what we're hearing from delegations and many of us today is that one size fits all never works. What are the other types of things that staff would consider even after a bylaw, zoning bylaw is approved, that could actually take into consideration the unique qualities of an area?
Through the chair, staff will absolutely take direction from council to study any zoning topic in the future and bring recommendations for modifications to the new zoning bylaw following that study, completion of a study.
Sorry if I wasn't totally clear, but I was just thinking that, so say if we have a zoning bylaw that says, a setback is a certain amount or height allowance is a certain amount. What other things, though, are taken into consideration, even if something is as of right, that would take into consideration a unique situation?
Through the chair, we include provisions in zoning that refer to various conditions where different standards apply. And that is something that is currently in the current zoning bylaw, and as well, various standards dependent on conditions are included in the draft zoning bylaw throughout the bylaws. And this is in support of the transect approach to development. So there's certainly the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Would some of those things include a community development plan or a secondary plan?
Through the chair, a community planning permit system is something that's separate from the new zoning bylaw. It would replace the zoning in the area of the city where it applies. And I'm referring to the Canada North Economic District, where I understand a community planning permit system is in process and actually due to be released at some point this year for its first stages of approval. And once that community planning permit system is approved by council, it would replace the zoning that is proposed in draft 2 for that area of the city.
Mr. Chair, and what about a secondary plan or a community design plan or development plan that the community put together years ago?
Community design plans have a different standing under the Planning Act. Generally speaking, the land use policies, the hardcore land use policies in community design plans are brought up into a secondary plan. Staff refer to secondary plans when we're developing zoning for an area. As well, we refer to community design plans so that we understand the full picture. But we must implement policies in the secondary plans where they direct a zoning bylaw to do a particular thing.
Good to know. Okay, my other comment is on parking. We've had a lot of discussion about parking already. And I guess I would like to know from staff, when you're looking at making the rules around parking, are you making a priority that you're trying to change the behavior of the people who live in the city, or you're looking more at the climate initiatives to get people on transit, or are you looking at the existing challenges we have, where a number of them have been listed today, where you have people parking on streets because they don't want to pay for the parking in the apartment building, people parking on streets because there wasn't enough parking available, people parking on streets because they now have kids living at home and them needing cars. Are you looking at our current reality more, or are you looking at an attempt to change behavior when you're making your parking rules?
Through the chair, no, zoning is not directed at changing behavior. Zoning is directed towards concrete standards in development. The zoning bylaw has to implement the policies in the official plan. The official plan places a strong priority on managing growth appropriately and prioritizes housing, first of all, achieving housing, and at this point, strong policies that are new in our official plan for having that tree canopy so that we have livable neighborhoods. And so those are the primary things that are driving our approach in the new zoning bylaw, supported by our developing transit system. And I understand that we are in sort of growing pains of a mid-sized city as we're growing our transit system, and we need more housing, especially now with the housing affordability crisis facing us. Really best practices in zoning right now across the country to address those very pressing issues is to eliminate parking minimums, and supported by programs such as on-street parking permit programs, which we are hoping to undertake starting this year, a study in that regard, as well as other provisions in our zoning bylaws support those other good things that we want as development goes forward, which is making room for trees. And looking at managing parking supply in neighborhoods through the new ideas such as communal parking lots, and easing basically the restrictions on where people can park on private property, whether it's their own or a neighboring property, and zoning no longer restricting residents from parking in locations where parking spaces are currently existing. So there are many ways that we can many buttons we can push in terms of easing up zoning to better manage parking supply in neighborhoods and across the city where we have existing paved areas and where we have existing paved parking lots. So we're looking at all of those things and trying to think outside the box and look at new ways of managing parking supply, both on-street and off-street parking.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd just like to put a plug in for what our current reality is, because certainly in Canada, we don't have the LRT. You know, we have all these 40-story allowances, but we don't have for sure an LRT coming to Canada just yet. We don't have the bus rapid transit up March Road just yet. And yet I see some planning that may create some problems. Mr. Chair, I just have one more question and a comment. So I don't know if you wanted to flip to somebody else, but I could be done.
You have 2 minutes left in your time.
Okay, so my question on the EV chargers, so the question to staff is, are you working very closely with Hydro Ottawa? When I think about what I already understand to be our hydro and energy challenges, I see this as pretty problematic, but can I be assured that you won't be making decisions without talking to Hydro Ottawa?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. And that is what's spurring our reconsideration of the EV parking rates. And we plan to be making adjustments to those requirements for draft 3 as a result of consultations with Hydro Ottawa.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that. And my last comment is about my direction, Mr. Chair. It's pretty straightforward. There is a heritage feasibility study going on right now in Beaverbrook. And my overall comment is that, you know, there is a lot of, I don't know, I guess criticism of R1. However, you know, I think in the city, not just in Canada, we have all kinds of neighborhoods that were built long ago with a character in mind, with a vision in mind. Beaverbrook certainly was one of them, with the concept that there would be Canadian Shield rock outcroppings that are characteristic because the entire area is Canadian Shield. There's very little ground for stormwater management, so that there needed to be more open spaces to capture some of that stormwater because it's all rock. So, you know, if you came in and just sort of said, hey, this is what the zoning is now, not understanding all of that, that would not be good. So hence the direction to staff to look at all of it because of the particular nature of why we would designate this as a heritage area. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I think that might be all that I have to say. So I'll give you some time back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Just as a reminder to members, the direction that you're asking staff to undertake is, I don't know if my eyesight's good enough to read it here on Kelly's screen, but to consider the recommendations of the Heritage Conservation District assessment for Beaverbrook as part of preparing the next version of the zoning bylaw, or the final version. Is that direction that staff are willing to undertake?
Pardon me, I thought that was through the chair, I thought that was a question for Councillor Curry. Yes, we are absolutely willing to work with heritage staff and in responding to the recommendations of that feasibility study for that HCD.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we all realize that what we're doing here is just putting in the details of what we already decided in our official plan, and we already talked about the, reducing parking and having more housing, et cetera. And now these are the rules of the game. So it's a lot more detail. So I think we're starting to feel the reality of it. In terms of parking, we talk about some new things like front yard parking and the communal parking. What can we do to make that so that they must be permeable spots when we're going forward? Is that something I can give as a direction, that we look at making it mandatory that from now on, because we're creating new spaces. We're talking about when we're creating new spaces, and one of our biggest problems, besides it just takes up space, but the fact that it is drainage, et cetera, and how harmful it can be to have that asphalt. So can you comment on that?
Through the chair, yes, we'd be happy to take a direction asking us to study inclusion of provisions that contemplate permeable paving and perhaps different conditions concerning those permissions. I just want to also highlight that we do have new requirements for on-site stormwater management that will come into effect when the new zoning bylaw comes into effect. And so we do have very, a strong framework there for ensuring that stormwater management is properly looked after as redevelopment occurs.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Bike parking, I noticed that in some cases it's capped, which surprised me because we're trying to get people to switch over if they possibly can. And it's capped at 30 spaces. Or was it for, I'm trying to look, 1 space per 250 square meters to a maximum of 30 spaces. Why is there a cap?
Through the chair, we did some calculations on some very large retail space floor plates and found that we were getting numbers in the range of 200 bicycle parking spaces being required, and that seemed like too much to us. And so we are thinking about, we thought that the caps were applied to require what we considered to be a reasonable number of parking spaces for these large retail floor plates. And we're happy to take your thoughts on that for draft 3 or through the summer, anytime you want to get in touch with us.
Wow, that's a big jump from 200 to 30. So, if we're going to encourage it, I think 30 is kind of low for in terms of if that's the calculations you come up with. So yeah, I think I'd like to see that looked at. Car shares, are they allowed everywhere? It looks like they were not allowed there were certain areas they were not allowed. Maybe I misunderstood it, such as indoor entertainment facilities aren't allowed to have car shares. I don't know why that was there.
Through the chair, those are very specific questions. I don't have those provisions memorized right now, but we will certainly take that away and take a look at it. I was wondering if the delegation was referring to limitations in the current zoning bylaw, but we will certainly check both and look into it.
Okay, thank you. And I hope to get some more information on the bike parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Hill, I gave quick notice at the beginning of the meeting that I'd go back to normal practice for our council, which is to ask members of the committee questions first. So once all the members have asked their questions, I'll get back to you after the first round. So I'll go to Councillor Brockington now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff for this report and all the work that you've undertaken to date and will continue. When I hear Ms. Reddy say another 10 months, I'm like, oh my goodness. But it's good. I'd rather take time and do it right and well than rush it. So we're not rushing it. Can you describe for me the direct communications your team has undertaken with the people of Ottawa? And I don't mean posting it on websites, but have we done direct mailings? Have we inserted things into the water bill specifically to talk about the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, why people should be engaged, links to sites or other locations. Have we done that? Are there any plans to do that as part of draft 2?
Through the chair, regarding direct mailings, we looked into a direct mailing with the tax bills and were advised that there are limitations on legally from what can be included in those mail outs. We are certainly having direct conversations with anyone who emails us in terms of trying to reach more citizens. I guess we could call those cold calls. I think that members of the community associations who've spoke this morning have offered to try and get the message out to more community associations and get more of them involved with more of their residents directly communicating with us, and we would really welcome that additional help. We are using every social media platform that we can to advertise the new zoning bylaw. And so we're really thinking of every way that we can reach all residents of Ottawa. It's a difficult thing to do when zoning is quite complex, but it's a very important thing. It's highlighted by councillors. And so we're looking at all the methods possible. And I'm not sure if a member of my public consultation team would like to add any additional comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Carol, Ms. Reddy identified most of what we're doing. We do have an advertisement campaign. We're continuing that for draft 2 and for draft 3. We've also, in addition to social media, have advertised on Kijiji for people looking for rental housing or housing on Kijiji as a point of contact that would be relevant for them at that point in their life as well. But it is a technical thing. We're trying to make it as interesting and relevant as we can. We are also engaging with youth. We've done quite a bit of work on getting a curriculum developed for grade 9 students, which we've had good uptake with the Catholic School Board, and we hope that will also spark conversations at home and get more people knowledgeable about what's going on in the zoning bylaw.
When we sum up,
Chair, if I could also add that staff also had 5 in-person open houses, and we've had engaged directly with about a few hundred people at those open houses collectively.
That's good. When you sum up the time that we've spent on the zoning bylaw review to date, plus the official plan, we're talking about years. And yet when I raise the zoning bylaw review in my community, when I just start raising it and talking high level, there's a glazed look in people's eyes. And when I talk about what the potential impacts are in their neighborhoods, there is a fear in their eyes because they don't understand this long process we've been on. They don't understand how their neighborhoods will be impacted. They're afraid that there'll be drastic changes in their neighborhoods. And we alleviate that by doing a really good communications plan and engagement plan. We're in layman's language. We speak to people. We tell them the necessity behind this, give them some official plan backup, talk about that triggered the zoning bylaw review. We've done the what, and now we're doing the how to implement 300,000 more people over 40 years. And, you know, in addition to an infrastructure master plan review and transportation review and parks and rec, which are all important, this one impacts everyone in every neighborhood. And so we're deliberately taking the time to do this study well. And I think there's still opportunities to engage the public better and in a more fulsome manner. And I think we really need to think about that. So I appreciate the last intervention, because my next question is about sort of public consultations and engagement that follow, not just direct mailings or direct, but for the planned sessions, in-person sessions, virtual sessions that staff will be hosting. Can staff elaborate on those, both on the timing and what type of sessions will those be for the public?
Through the chair. First of all, I'd just like to highlight that we have toolkits that are ready for all councillors with specific information for each ward for you to share with your residents when you're speaking with them going forward. So those will be ready this week and we'll be sending them out. In terms of open houses and workshops that we'll be having this year, we are planning in June, around the beginning of June, an in-person public open house at Ben Franklin Place. We'll be pairing with the official plan team for official plan amendments that are going to be consulted on during that similar period of time. So part of the building will be used for the official plan, so residents can go and speak to planners about the changes to the official plan that are coming. And then another part of the building contiguous. Zoning staff will be there to speak about the new zoning bylaw. We'll be having 2 virtual citywide information sessions also at the beginning of June, and our 60-day circulation will be sent out to all community associations, and information will be available on DevApps. And then in the fall, we have our 28-day circulation, and we will be doing, once again, public open house. That one will be at City Hall. We had the strongest attendance of our open houses at the City Hall public open house that we held last year. And so we're very hopeful that we'll get strong attendance once again, and then 2 additional citywide open houses at around the same time towards the end of mid-September. And of course, we're going to be in a very compressed period of time there, trying to take all the comments that we're receiving on that 28-day circulation and turning them around into responses, and not just responses, but responses in terms of changes to the draft, to the final draft of the zoning bylaw to reflect the comments that we're receiving from the public. So we're doing the best we can to reach as many people as we can in a very earnest and open way. Right in this, however, this year we do face even tighter timelines and constraints in terms of the pure volume of information that we're receiving and the level of detail that we're getting to now with the zoning bylaw at this stage of its development, in particular with resolving the zoning map. So any changes or comments that you've heard today, we have such, literally thousands and 300,000 parcels of land. And we were looking at every single one of them and making sure that the zoning map is correct. And likewise, we have 4,000 exceptions and 400 schedules that need to be reviewed by staff. And each one of those exceptions or schedules could involve work from various teams at the city to resolve. And they could take a day or 2 at least to resolve for each exception and each schedule, or they could be very simple exceptions and take very little time. But I do anticipate that I'm going to have staff, very intensively working hard in the office to get all of that very detailed work done, so we have a properly resolved zoning bylaw at the end. So we're trying to use efficient communications and efficient engagement so that we can optimize the time that we have left available to us to make modifications in response to comments.
The open houses will be just that, an open house without a presentation, or is a presentation part of the open houses at Ben Franklin and here at City Hall?
The open houses will be staff standing in front of boards and answering questions from residents face to face, as well as facilitated tables on certain discussions, potentially, if we repeat what we did last year. We haven't got the format exactly confirmed, but at those tables, zoning staff sat with residents of the public and talked about certain themes, and residents were able to circulate through the tables throughout the evening to speak with zoning staff about the issues that interested them specifically. So these will be face-to-face conversations with residents.
So if a member of council wanted to work with you and your team for a tailor-made ward presentation Is your team not able to honor that request because of all the commitments and constraints that you're under now, or is that possible? Because it's one thing to come to an open house and have sort of a high level viewing of the poster boards and speak to a planner one-on-one versus coming into a community center in a ward and understanding how my neighborhood or how my ward may be impacted by the current proposals as part of this review. Is that possible?
I'll speak first, and I think then Vivi and senior staff may wish to speak, but Councillor Brockington, I can say that my team cannot deliver that level of service. Ward 24 ward-based meetings, unfortunately, this year, and deliver the draft zoning bylaw on our timelines. And we do have a 3-year time that we are supposed to deliver a draft zoning bylaw in under the Planning Act. And so I'm highlighting that as a requirement that staff are trying to achieve, to faithfully achieve in terms of what the Planning Act is directing us to do. And in order to deliver the new zoning bylaw on the timelines that are approved by council, we can't deliver 24 ward-based public consultation meetings and meet those timelines. And if VVG would like to make some comments, please do.
Through you, Mr. Chair. That's correct. I think it's a resource issue and there are timelines. One of the other things I should mention is with our Housing Acceleration Fund, we need to have this wrapped up by the end of the year. So consultation is open until the end of June, and the team has to turn around the report very quickly and to get into and meet the statutory circulation timeframes as well. And it is quite difficult to meet and have very tailored meetings with individual wards. This is going to be the third round. I understand that some people have not been paying attention, but this is, we've had draft 1, this is draft 2, now we're doing the refinements for draft 3 in the final.
I appreciate that, and I'm not making a comment about how busy the team is, and I certainly appreciate the good work the team is doing. I think my final comment would be, been around here a while, and certainly the city does a lot of great work and undertakes a lot of important reviews. This is at the top of the list. I can't think of something that probably has the potential for such impact for future decades that we're going to leave on the next councils to have to deal with their residents in the communities. The decisions that we're going to be making will be implemented as development starts to unfold in the years and decades ahead. And I want people to be aware of it, and I want them to know how their local neighborhoods where they live will be impacted. Because when we get one application for a development now that has basic parking minimums or no parking, people they have such a strong reaction. Wait till we implement minimum parking or no parking. Wait till we implement the densities as part of the zoning classifications or the heights. The very least, I want people to be aware. They can make up their own conclusions, and that's why I think this is very important. Certainly, I'll work with staff after today on what possibilities exist for that tailored approach. But Chair, I have a lot more to say, but really the one on public outreach is very, very important. And that's why I wanted to stress that today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. I'm going to go to Councillor Dudas, then Councillor Luloff, then Councillor Lowe, then Councillor Hill. Then we'll start round 2 of councillors' questions who are members of the committee. So, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. One of the experiences that my community is dealing with right now is a bit of a shock when a property is severed. So with the changes to the Provincial Planning Act from Bill 23 that require municipalities to permit a total of 3 units on each side of a semi-detached building for a total of 6. I don't know if a lot of folks just assumed that's one property, we're going to get 6 units, we'll adjust. What we're seeing, and I've seen it through my area, is a property that is larger will be severed and will end up with 12 units. Or another property on another street, an older street, was severed into 3 lots, and now we've got 18 units, which is less. But I'm really eager to know that when staff are out communicating with the public about the changes, not only that we are going to be seeing through our own zoning bylaw, but are being enforced by the province, which is a lot of what we're dealing with here, that we're also sharing with them that when we talk about one lot of land, it doesn't necessarily mean that that cannot be severed into multiple lots, which will then have more units, which will then have more impact on the surrounding community. So we're talking a lot about consultation and transparency. Can I ask that when we go out and consult with the community, that that component is included in the presentations and the communications?
Through the chair, I can't confirm that because I'm not actually in that bailiwick, but I'm sure that is something that development review staff would be willing to provide that clarification. And Derek, did you have any comments?
Chair, I think in the presentation, there was a description or a table that showed, you know, what was permitted under the current zoning bylaw as a result of Bill 23 versus what will be permitted in the new zoning bylaw that sort of, I think, articulates the, you know, the incremental change that we're seeing on those. And I think that is, you know, while every site independently is different and may be able to be severed or justified to be severed into, you know, 2 lots or 3 lots, and the impacts of that on each are hard to present, you know, every potential option with respect to, you know, identifying what is permitted on a lot. And I think, yeah, as was done in the presentation where it sort of outlines those, the development potential for each type of zone, I think that is a reasonable expectation and something that we can commit to.
I appreciate that because I think that, you know, I'm going through that in communities in Chateauneuf as well as Blackburn Hamlet, where, you know, folks who are welcome to the idea of density at a reasonable rate are then turning around, a lot is sold behind their home, and what they thought was going to be, you know, 6 units now turns into 12. And they're saying they're trying to wrap their head around how that came to be. So even in terms of our consultation, just being very, very abundantly clear with residents about what we're asking them to provide their feedback on would be wonderful, because that's what we want to get that feedback from. So that was one of the things I wanted to mention. I also wanted to ask, we're in the final phases of our TMP consultations, and I know that's another meeting for another day. But we're talking about individual properties. We're talking about communities that are already built. I'll give, say, for instance, Blackburn Hamlet, for example. It's an isolated community. It's got a one cross section, intersection, and we're seeing quite a significant amount of development that was being done as of right under current zoning bylaws and under the Provincial Act. What we're not really talking about, though, is sure, we're talking about parking. We're not really talking about the impact on that intersection. We're not talking about the impact on, you know, our MUPs and our sidewalks and those pieces. So can you provide me with some reassurance, I suppose, that we're going to be considering that as we build the rest of our infrastructure around these communities, that we'll be able to not only accommodate parking, but we'll also be able to accommodate the ideas of what happens when we add so much density that an intersection could fail at a faster rate than we ever anticipated?
Chair, I'll ask Deborah Lightman,
Through you, Chair.
Project Manager in Transportation, to respond.
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Indeed, the transportation master plan is based on the population projections from the official plan. And so the kind of city scale and regional scale road and transit projects are based on our official plan, including expectations about intensification as per what the zoning bylaw is trying to implement and achieve. When we get individual development applications, it's the transportation impact assessment process that looks at the intersections that are impacted by that development and the impacts of that site on the network. So that it's sort of a mix of the two. And if our overall population growth in a given area is higher than our official plan projected, then the updates to the transportation master plan kind of keep that up to date. So we do definitely expect that our transportation infrastructure is going to be accounting for this growth. That is our transportation master plan objective.
I do certainly hope that to be the case, and I'll be working with staff and my colleagues regarding the TMP portion of it. I just know that, you know, having seen so much growth in areas of our community, say South Orleans, and knowing that transportation networks have not kept pace is concerning, to use the word lightly. I just wanted to switch gears a bit and say that I mentioned it briefly to one of the delegations. I'm not 100% sure if I understand how the communal parking will work. I'm very interested to hear back from Hydro Ottawa and the development community about the EV inclusion in new units. And I'm very eager to get to the consultations, because these, as well as Councillor Gower's, transition changes, these are all things that my community will be very interested in weighing in on, in addition to some of the other aspects of this. And so I know I will personally be holding several meetings with my community associations, reaching out to my community through my newsletters and various means, because I think it's incredibly important that in addition to the work that staff will be doing, that myself, I'm reaching out to my community and getting a real taste of what they want to see in this, because I do think that this is an extension of the official plan. They have been consulted, but this is the where the boots hit the ground in terms of what we see for the vision for our city. So I'm excited about this. I'm cautiously optimistic about how many people will engage with me, but I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I certainly look forward to hearing their feedback. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. I think quorum is becoming a bit of an issue. If you're online, if you would turn your camera on so we know we have quorum, that would be amazing. Councillor Dudas's question does raise an interesting point for me. If the motions from Councillor Johnson and Councillor Gower pass with respect to building heights on Main Street corridors and the communal parking lots, as I guess with Councillor Brown's motion, or sorry, Chair Brown's motion, minimum parking ratios, how will people know that those options are being considered and on the table?
Oh, thank you for the question, Chair. You've given me the opportunity just to explain something that I was deliberating about including in the presentation. So we'll take all of the directions that are approved after the council meeting, and we'll include those in our circulation materials for that 60-day circulation that's going out at the beginning of May. So that's why we needed a little extra time to make sure we get those motions, those approved directions translated and ready to go to include with our consultation materials. And
Wonderful.
We'll have them up on our Engage Ottawa page as well, just to help frame the public consultations and see, what directions were given to staff and motions that we have to act on.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm anticipating that each of those motions will pass. I'm going to go to Councillor Luloff, Councillor Lowe, then to Councillor Hill, then to Councillor Carr, and then we'll start on second round. So Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm really pleased to see the movement on the rules that will guide intensification. We understand people create vibrancy and are looking forward to the realization of the Orleans secondary plan. This is where the real density should be happening in our neighborhood on these corridors. So I'm very sympathetic to what Councillor Dudas is talking about, and I'd like to register the fact that I share her concerns. I also agree with Councillors Kelly and Johnson. There's no real bus service east of Trim Road. Bus service is sometimes pathetically unreliable in our neighborhoods here in Orleans, something my colleagues and I have been raising and fighting to rectify. And we have no ability out here to purchase on-street parking. So what we're proposing here is exacerbating massive problems in existing neighborhoods who are already dealing with the lack of parking. We need to stop squeezing people. It may make real sense in the core to have less parking, and I'll defer to my colleagues who live that every day now. When I was living in the core, I did not need a car, and I really couldn't imagine why anyone might need one because I was able to walk or take reliable public transit that came by very often to get to where I needed to go. Until I moved back to the suburbs to discover how much OC Transport service had eroded. We can't force people out of their cars without a viable option in the suburbs. We certainly can't ask rural neighborhoods and villages who don't even have a bank in them to ditch their cars. So I'm asking that through this process, we abandon this anti-personal vehicle push, please. All it will do is force residents out into Winchester, Rockland, Embrun, and Carleton Place, which is growing at a faster rate than we are at this point. And I would attribute some of that to some of the policies that we've been bringing forward over the last decade. While you might be well-intentioned, the result will be unmitigated sprawl and more congestion with less resources to improve transit and infrastructure. In other words, this parking policy is another example of us working across purposes, something that I talk about quite a bit at this table. I get asked to remove on-street parking for traffic calming measures all the time. We want to slow people down, and then we make them park further away and then frustrate them with being late, which often causes them to drive faster. We tell people that they should take the bus instead of cars, but we don't provide adequate bus service. Let people make choices about how they want to move around. And if the bus works for them, they'll take it. And if cycling is a viable option, people will bike. But neither are an option for somebody who lives at Willhaven and Dunning. Neither is an option for a busy personal support worker with multiple clients to see all around the city. There are countless examples that I could give, but I think you understand. Let people make the choices that they need to make to live their lives here in the city, or they'll move somewhere else and use our infrastructure without paying for it because they won't be a ratepayer anymore. We need to be explicit as well about what people might find controversial about these plans when we're out in consultation. Have a board called What You Might Find Surprising about zoning bylaw changes or something like that. Otherwise, by having an innocuous looking consultation of staff standing in front of boards waiting to have a conversation, we're going to lead people to believe that this is an innocuous policy. It is not. It is transformative. And we need to be honest about that if we want the real feedback and conversations that we say we're looking for, and if we want to generate the awareness that we desperately need, as pointed out by my colleague, Riley Brockington. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. A lot of the discussion around the table certainly highlights the need for flexibility between transects, and I think the discussion has sort of highlighted that there may be some acceptance to flexibility between transects when discussing various policies. But my question is actually about the public outreach component of the zoning bylaw. Something that piqued my interest was the grade 9 curriculum. I know that you said you're only developing it right now. I'm assuming there's nothing too concrete, but I'm curious how we arrived at first of all grade 9, and then second what we're sort of thinking about putting into this curriculum / outreach.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, the curriculum is finished. We finished it last fall and released it in December, I believe. So I think today there's students right now who are going through the curriculum that we developed. The reason why we chose grade 9 is with respect to the grade 9 curriculum in Ontario. There's a great dovetailing of what the new zoning bylaw is with respect to grade 9 curriculum and talking about planning and what your city should look like. So there's really good dovetailing. So right now it's going on. I don't think we've received any responses from any schools yet, but we've encouraged them to, as part of the curriculum, once they go through the exercises, to send it to us, and that's going to form part of the, well, one staff will review them, but they will also form part of the Azure report that we release with these drafts.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I brought that question up is I'm not trying to belittle any grade. It's just I just remember civics as being grade 10. And I think perhaps there's something more appropriate there. But if you I respect that decision, and I won't really question that too much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Trusser, Councillor Hill's had his hand up for quite a while. Okay. Councillor Hill, we're going to go to you just because you were up there fairly quickly, and then we'll go to Councillor Trusser.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to VV, Carol, Royce, and the whole team. As a member of the zoning bylaw sponsors group, I've been able to see your work up close, and I really appreciate the flexibility to address the concerns that I and my colleagues raised. You've heard me make many of these points before, so I appreciate your patience, but I want to christen some of my thoughts with this draft today to Joint Committee. And I am very glad to see that some of my feedback was incorporated, such as some of the reassessment on the angular planes and the secondary plan processes. We're making really good progress with this next draft zoning bylaw, and I would just reiterate a number of the comments that I've heard today through this discussion, but I still do remain concerned by several of the choices that we're being asked to make in this iteration. We are in a housing shortage crisis, which may well only get worse given current market conditions, inflation, the tariff wars. We need to use all of the tools in our toolbox to address that, and it includes intensification where we already have homes and expanding to land where we do not. Some of the choices in this draft reduce the ability to create density along the LRT downtown, and we are currently seeing a separate push in the regular planning committee to remove some of the expansion lands, and that's most evident right now on the debate regarding Taywin. N1 and N2 zones are intended to be 11 meters or 3 stories, and limiting those 3 stories to just the suburbs hurts our ability to make housing more affordable. This is not a suburb versus downtown conversation. Half Moon Bay is one of the densest neighborhoods in Ottawa. Barrhaven is doing its part, and I don't want to pretend that it has been without cost. Coming out of winter, we often have run into issues with parking bans and snow clearance, but for more affordable house prices, that's the cost that many of my residents have chosen to bear, is to live in high density communities. But how can I look them in the eye and tell them that this level of density is appropriate to them when it's not, covered in this zoning bylaw from the perspective of heritage and secondary plan protected neighborhoods that are located along the LRT? I have a similar issue with the N4H11 exemption, which would cap building heights at 3 stories instead of 4 stories in select N4 neighborhoods. If you look at a map, this exception is not applied evenly, and this change would mean that many of the neighborhoods in the urban transects that we've designated as appropriate for our highest level of density would be excluded from future height density, while pockets of the N4 neighborhoods in the suburbs remain untouched. I understand the need to respect the historical nature of some of the urban neighborhoods, but if a project is deemed necessary, how is it less respectful of our heritage to build 4 stories instead of 3, or to include a heritage facade while allowing for greater density? I certainly want my daughters to be able to have the same opportunity for home ownership, and at minimum to be able to live without being house poor, and that is the reality for too many young professionals today. We can't have one standard of density in the suburbs and then a lesser standard in areas that are near to the LRT. We certainly can't do it if some of the same folks that are calling for less urban density also are trying to remove expansion lands. The best outcome is a balance of both, a bit of horizontal expansion and a whole lot of transit-oriented vertical growth. We've spent billions of dollars on a transit system, so we need to maximize its use. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And despite not being a member of this joint committee, I very much enjoy the discussion and the fact that, as Councillor Luloff just mentioned, this is a transformative process, and I do appreciate the fact that I'm able to be part of it, and I look forward to engaging more fulsomely at Council in a few weeks' time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Councillor Trosser's member of the committee hasn't spoken yet, so I'll go to her.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Councillor Hill. I actually agree with you. I think, I do think it's problematic to accept some neighborhoods from the same density requirements. I would like to see more equity in this regard across the city because, I represent one of the densest wards in the city, and it's, that we only have so much land left. We can only go so high. We really need everyone to take density, especially if we want to reduce sprawl across the city. I just wanted to speak to Councillor Johnson's motion because we did work on it together. I think it's important that we take a transect-based approach to this idea of communal parking because we have completely opposite goals downtown in the sense that we have a lot of surface parking that we want to see turned into housing. We have too much of it, and we don't want to incent the creation of more downtown parking lots. It's really, really important. I really want to emphasize the fact that this master plan is, or that this zoning update is also in line with their transportation master plan. We do want to emphasize a modal shift, and for families that already own a car to not have to buy another one. I mean, my family owns a car and I aim to use it as little as possible. And that is I don't think you have to be purist in this regard. But I do find it really interesting that some of my more conservative colleagues who would argue in other contexts that we should let the market decide, don't trust the market when it comes to something like parking. I think developers are smart enough to understand where they would need to have a little bit of parking in order to make a project marketable in a particular neighborhood. I think having a minimum just creates an additional burden. But I find it very hard to believe that any developer would build in an area without public transportation, without providing parking, because the building just simply wouldn't sell, right? So we hear about the need to reduce red tape when it comes to housing development and the need to use any lever possible to create more affordability. And parking is really expensive. It can cost up to $150,000 to add one underground parking spot per unit. So, you know, here I am saying the word parking over and over again. I wish I had a clicker for the number of times that it has been said since we started this meeting. But this zoning is fundamentally about creating more housing to deal with a housing emergency. We don't have a parking emergency, we have a housing emergency. So I'm troubled by this suggestion of increasing parking maximums, and I'm troubled by suggestions that we should have parking minimums. I think we could treat the whole city equally this way, and also understand that if developers are going to build, they will understand what their market is. There is absolutely no way they're going to put a building with no parking in a rural village. If they did that, it wouldn't sell. So I understand the need to cater to the different realities across the city, but I also think when it comes to some basic minimum standards for density and some basic minimum standards for parking, I think we should actually see some equality across the whole city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. I'm going to go to Councillor Carr, and then we'll go to round two of members of the committee.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be relatively quick. First of all, of course, I'm not a member of either committee, but I appreciate how much staff have helped me personally with zoning. When the official plan was released prior to me being elected, of course, it was a huge topic in Alta Vista, and I've been able to communicate fairly effectively to my residents about what this means to them just through my newsletters. And I hosted my own sessions, 2 of them this year, and I have 2 booked for next month. So I know staff helped me a lot. I have a very strange question. In reading the draft 2, there has been a change in neighborhood zones. Instead of talking about per hectare, they're moving to per 100 square meters of lot area. And I guess I don't fully understand the reason for that change, because it seems to me that almost every city across the country, and indeed in the States, well, I think they use acre, use unit per hectare. And I'm wondering what the rationale was. Is it just to make people feel more comfortable with a lower denominator? It seemed a strange choice to me, and I'm wondering if somebody can explain that to me.
Through the chair, thank you for the question on that. The shift to units per 100 square meters of lot area was basically intended to more directly communicate that what the zoning is trying to limit is the number of units that are on a lot. And so the decision to shift to a measurement based on the lot area more directly communicates that that's what's being limited. It's not some sort of limit so much on like a neighborhood level basis, rather it's one that's tied to the lot. The use of a per 100 square meter lot area measurement also, it's fairly easily translated from the units per hectare measurement in draft 1, in the sense that a hectare equates to roughly 10,000 square meters. So to convert from the units per hectare measurement in draft 1 to the units per 100 square meter lot area in draft 2, it's simply taking those UPH numbers in draft 1 and dividing them by 100, moving the decimal place over a couple points. But in short, it's generally the same measurements with the exception of N3 being reduced from 250 UPH to 20 UPH. The use of lot area is just to more directly talk about it's the number of units on a lot and on an individual lot that the zoning bylaw is limiting.
Okay, is that convention in place in other planning departments that you're aware of anywhere?
Through the chair, I wouldn't, offhand, I wouldn't know if other municipalities use the exact same measurement. Other cities that have recently put zoning into place might have similar limits kind of expressed in a different way. For example, some municipalities have like minimum lot area requirements for a certain number of units, say 3 units requires a certain amount of lot area. If you go to like 4 to 6 units, a larger lot. Some municipalities might express it in terms of like a minimum lot area per unit. So all of which is to say that, like, yes, other municipalities do limit the maximum number of units on a lot area basis. They might not use the same sort of measurement that we've settled on in draft 2, or at least in the same form.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the discussion today. And I think our colleagues don't have to look any further than Councillor Troster and I to find two people who are typically on the opposite ends of the spectrum, but always have room for open discussion. The issue that we have in rural Ottawa, specifically with the village of Richmond, that is the fastest growing village in the city of Ottawa, accounting for 93% of all rural growth in one village over the last 4 to 5 years. And at any time, I'm willing to host a tour for my colleagues who'd like to come out and see where the market has failed to provide adequate parking. And to borrow a phrase from Councillor Troster, I don't think you need to be a purist. You can believe in free market, but also have some guardrails. That's what my motion intends to accomplish. My comments are also informed by conversations with our professional services, both the fire department and our road services. They've identified issues, real world issues, that are not lining up with the plan that was approved many years ago. We have issues when trying to access these subdivisions. The city is spending more money bringing specialized equipment out to clear some of these roads. And both Mayor Sutcliffe and City Manager Stephenson have come out to the Western Development lands in Richmond to see this development. And both were, I won't say confused, but surprised that the city would permit this type of development to happen in the rural area where we don't have access to other modes of transit. If you were to walk from the furthest point in the new subdivision in Richmond to the grocery store, from Ottawa Street to the grocery store is 4 kilometers. Nobody's walking 4 kilometers to get their groceries. This is within the village of Richmond. 4 kilometers there, 4 kilometers back. If you were to leave Richmond to go to Stittsville, it's about 8 kilometers. If you want to go up Eagleson Road to Canada, it's 7 kilometers. You're not walking to these other towns. I'll say they're towns. You're going to drive. And I think Lisa, one of the delegates, said it well. You still will own a car, and if you can use transit, that's great, but it doesn't absolve your need of a parking spot. And that's I think the real underlying goal that I'm trying to achieve here and provide a solution where it's okay that we grow in the rural area. It's okay that we grow in the urban area, but we have to do it appropriately. I would disagree that this is one area where we can treat the city as one size fits all. I think over the last 25 years of amalgamation, we've proven time and again that one size does not fit all. I think it's okay to have a different approach for different areas of the city. That's certainly what we heard through the Rural Summit, and something I know that each of my rural colleagues is fundamentally looking to improve upon in this term of council and going forward. And so I would hope that my motion has the confidence and support of this committee, Mr. Chair. We are not looking to impose our values on others. What we're trying to say is it's okay to own a car. I know if you were to take the 19 urban wards in the city of Ottawa, my ward is bigger. Again, picking on Councillor Troster for a moment, only because I told her I would. My ward is 114 times larger than Somerset. So what works in Somerset won't necessarily work in Rideau Goulburn and vice versa. And so what we're looking for here is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but a different solution for different areas of the city to accommodate what we're looking for and to achieve those growth targets. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Vice Chair Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as tempted as I am to wade back into the parking debate, I think I'll leave it where I had left it previously. Although my ward is bigger, just want to add that. We had talked about consultation, and I wanted to follow up on some comments from both Councillor Brockington and Luloff, and actually Councillor Lowe as well. I've noticed a certain phenomenon in the last 2.5 years, or however long I've been here now. In terms of public consultation, we all have our newsletters and our social media channels and push things out to the best of our ability. 11 of us are new and still building up that list. I know my predecessor had several thousand more people that received his newsletter by the end of his 19th year as councillor. So I've got some time to catch up, but that may be happening across wards. And so one thing I've noticed is that I get a lot more feedback, as much as I try to get it in anticipation of these reports hitting council for the final debate. But it's not really until that happens and the media grabs these stories and starts publishing them that the public really get tuned in. And then all of a sudden we're inundated with a ton of feedback from the public. So again, I don't know what the answer to that is in terms of refining the process, but certainly want to mention that it is an issue. And this is what seems to me to be a very transformational process, as Councillor Luloff said. And on that note, I'm going to put my rural hat on. You had mentioned several, I think two. One was at Ben Franklin. The other one I can't remember, likely City Hall. In-person opportunities for feedback. And I was just wondering what the strategy for rural consultation has been like for this process, and are you considering doing an in-person event in any part of rural Ottawa to gain some specific feedback on that?
Through the chair, so based on your comments, maybe we can think up something more effective for rural consultation, and we will definitely take that away. It's since the rural area kind of extends in all directions, east, west, and south. It's hard to select one location for an in-person session. So I'd like to take that away and think about some effective ways to consult with rurals and then get back to rural councillors about that. And I'm hoping that would be an amenable suggestion to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And one final question I have in regards to agricultural land and agricultural zoning. We had a delegation earlier that talked about the loss of farming land and how some of that is often zoned RU. And I just wanted to get a better sense. I think this question is probably for Mr. Moody, maybe. What goes into the consideration of the zoning? Like, I know we have a process when someone wants to sever a lot off an agricultural operation that the rest is zoned in a way that you cannot develop on it, and that process is now automatic, doesn't need to come to council. But in terms of ag zoning itself, we do see a lot of land that is farm that isn't zoned ag, and I'd like to understand, how that is and how that comes to be. Are there things in provincial policy statements that are guiding this? Is soil and location part of that discussion? Can you help me understand what goes into all of that?
Sure, Chair. There are a number of uses that are protected in the provincial policy statement. We talked today about mineral extraction, and that is one of one of those protected uses. Provincially significant wetlands and environmental features are another protected use, and agriculture is one of those protected uses, where prime agricultural land has certain protections under the PPS. That is reflected in our official plan, where we have identified agricultural resource areas, which are areas that are predominantly characterized by good productive farmland. That's identified through a Laurier scoring. So that's a land evaluation of the agricultural resource, which does look to identify those areas of prime agricultural land. There is certainly, as you look at the official plan schedules that identify those ag resource areas where the protections are greater, there are certainly a lot of general rural lands that don't meet the same criteria for productivity or quality of land from a farming perspective. And so they're not afforded the same protections, and that is done to allow the flexibility for other uses to occur in the rural area without impacting or impeding the agricultural resource.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. And just to follow up to that, if a landowner who owned land that was zoned RU and has been farming it, and for whatever reason wanted to bring an application to rezone it agricultural land, would those criteria that you've mentioned now play a role in that application? And would we potentially say no to that if a landowner wanted to zone their property AG?
Just keeping in mind, we're looking at the comprehensive zoning bylaw today, and if we can keep that at a high level, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I'm happy to discuss further with the councillor offline. Absolutely. I don't think I can recall a situation where we've had somebody look to rezone their land as agricultural resource. Agriculture is a permitted use in lands that are identified as rural countryside. And if there are livestock operations within the rural countryside zone, they are also protected by the minimum distance separation calculations that are a requirement for development in proximity to that.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So just on the direction from Councillor Curry with respect to Beaverbrook, are there other neighborhoods that are currently being or under a feasibility assessment with Heritage that should be considered as part of, in a similar vein to what Councillor Curry has put forward?
Through the chair, we have Leslie Collins available to answer that question. Leslie, are you there? Oh, wonderful.
She's just taking her seat.
Good morning or afternoon now, I guess. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Built Heritage Committee and Council directed staff to undertake 5 Heritage Conservation District feasibility assessments over the next few months. So we have Beaverbrook. We have a section of Wellington Street West in Councillor Leeper's ward. We have a portion of Lower Town East in Ward 12. Sorry, what else do we have? Island Park Drive, also in Councillor Leeper's ward, and sections along the Rideau Canal in a variety of wards. So yes, there are several others. I would say those others probably have a less potential for impact through the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw.
Okay, great. I just wanted to understand whether there was other areas that should have been considered, but I understand that. So I guess I'll just quickly circle over to rooming houses and the implications for the new zoning bylaw on rooming houses, please. And a lot of this is just to correct my understanding as I was reading through the proposed changes. So am I correct in understanding that the new minimum unit provided in a rooming house is 20?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. It is the lesser of 20 or whatever the density is permitted in the underlying zone. The way that the equivalency works for rooming units to dwelling units is generally like we're looking at 2 rooming units to a dwelling unit. So for example, in let's say an N2 zone, which could permit up to 6 dwelling units in a building, that would effectively be a maximum of 12 rooming units in that rooming house.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was starting to get a bit tripped up on the ways that we were doing math. So are rooming houses subject to Section 208 for amenity area minimums if they reach an 8 or more dwelling units? So that would be a 16.
So the way it's intended to work is that requirements that apply on like a per dwelling unit basis, such as amenity area, are also intended to apply to things like rooming houses with that basically that same equivalency, that 2 rooming units to a dwelling unit.
Okay, so if we were to see rooming houses that were starting to get larger, they would be subject to other pieces. That's very good. So similarly, you know, if we were to see larger rooming houses being approved, you know, they do have to have commercial waste collection. But I didn't see any setbacks from the lot line when it came to waste collection. I saw the, you know, the container that they had to be in, but are there any setbacks for waste collection in that respect, so that it doesn't go like right beside an abutting property, or is that permitted?
Through the chair, we haven't specifically at this time put out specific setbacks for waste management containers at this point. If they are contained in something like an accessory building, there might be accessory building setbacks set for that. But as of draft 2, we haven't looked to impose that at this time, but certainly open to taking that back in future drafts.
Okay, I mean, I would be interested in what the neighborhood impacts would be for things like waste collection on neighboring lots, pardon me. And then, you know, also when we're talking about proposed home-based businesses, I note that a proposed home-based business, it will be permitted, you know, in so long that it doesn't have, you know, a number of impacts on neighbors, including parking pressures. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm saying it again. I wonder whether, like, how are we going to determine, you know, to what extent this is I'm sure a bylaw regulation issue, but are we going to be able to have a threshold by which, you know, a home-based business is in violation, or will it be really very much at the discretion of the attending officer?
Through the chair. Yeah, it looks like this is mostly a question of the attending officer's judgment. It's quite hard to turn that into zoning.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Okay, I think those are my, it's almost done, honey. There's a strong argument to be made for creating home-based businesses, and I'm looking forward to seeing more small fee commercial opportunities as well. So I'll be looking at the maps for that, and thank you very much for your time.
Is it done? Yeah. Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, you know, going back to one of the early questions I had about what else staff, and it's really planning staff when a file comes forward, are looking at other than zoning. And so I'm quite perplexed by the communal parking motion. I just can't sort of understand, like, when I think about planning committees, Mr. Chair, you will recall, where we've had files where we're trying to minimize the amount of parking, like empty parking lots, for many reasons. One of them being that we want more housing, obviously. Another being that what tax is generated from a parking lot versus a housing. And do we want a parking lot right beside like a transit station or something for somebody, like, that's not city parking lot? I mean, I remember the file that had, I think it was near Corsa Italia. I think it was for Preston Hardware, had a parking lot there or something or another. Councillor Troster's nodding her head. And I'm just thinking, if the communal parking direction here, or motion, whatever it is, would not take into consideration that there's a transit station there, that there's a transit development there. I'm wondering how much leeway staff will have, or would they say, well, we may be okay with some communal parking lots, but of course, all these other things would trump any decision that we'll be okay with communal parking lots.
Councillors Troster or Johnson have both been working on that motion. I wonder if they want to take the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say thank you, Councillor Curry, you nailed it. I think the reason the motion is written the way it is so that staff can do further investigation, but can also take my skepticism for the urban core into this, because I don't think it's a fully baked idea. I think Councillor Johnson can speak for herself, but I think she has some hope that it might lead, something like this could lead to greater density in a neighborhood like hers. But I also think it could incent the bad behavior that we don't want to see in the downtown core. So that's why it invites staff to look at a transect-based approach. And I'm personally okay with that. And then we'll see what comes back.
Okay, thank you for that, because I did want to make sure we're not trying to sort of get around things on a site-by-site basis in the bylaw. Whereas, you know, we have other layers of things we would have to consider. So thank you for that clarification. And, you know, I guess I would just ask staff, in any of this, you know, I sort of asked, you know, are you looking at changing behavior? Are you looking at climate change or whatever? And any decisions, are we looking at property tax revenue for decisions? Are there calculations sort of happening in tandem with decisions and what it might generate or not generate? And I'm going back to that strong towns model of how much revenue does every square inch of this city generate? Is that a thought at all? It wasn't listed when we were talking earlier, but I'm wondering if it is, and those calculations are done.
Through the chair, the official plan sets a broad framework through the designations about where the most intense development is going to go, and I would expect that those are the higher priced lands. The zoning bylaw just implements those policies in terms of, you know, the permissions in the various zones. I am not aware of finance staff doing calculations based on potential zoning, so I can't speak to it and probably shouldn't say anything more about it, but we can get information for you if you would like and look into it and get back to you.
Okay, well, you know, that is a big question for a meeting like this, for sure. I would like to know that staff are actually thinking through these things. And I say it only now because the communal parking lot idea, just how much property tax does a parking lot bring in versus what a housing development would bring in, right? So that's an important question that somebody needs to be running those numbers. And I'm not saying that has to trump anything else, you know, it has to be a more important feature factor, but I would appreciate knowing that someone is thinking that through. And I will just say very quickly that when I first read that motion, I thought, you know, we had asked at some point in another meeting on another topic about whether some of the city's parking lots could be more of that, where in the evening someone could park at an arena or our rec centers or whatever and pay for that parking, or even just during winter parking rules. So I thought that it was going down that road, but anyway, I guess it's not, but I'll just mention that now. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. After listening to the discussion on the rural parking minimum issue, I just wanted to weigh in. The staff are recommending a market-based or a choice-based approach citywide, and I think that's the right approach. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we think the market is smart enough to decide in the urban area, I think the market can decide in the rural area. But the other point I wanted to make was it is true that alternative transportation modes are pretty limited in the rural area today, but this zoning bylaw is going to last 10, 15, 20 years, or the core of it might even last beyond that. So I think it would be a good policy to have the no parking minimum citywide in this version of our bylaw. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I don't see any other questions from members. I might just ask one or two of my own. Can I just ask the Johnson motion with respect to communal parking lots and allowing them more broadly than what staff have thus far proposed in the most recent draft? Can you comment on that? Is that something that you can support?
Yes, Councillor Leaper, we're happy to look into developing further options or not rather further options, but I think there are questions that need to be answered about feasibility of these to understanding how they would operate, and yes, what provisions would be effective to ensure that we maintain the intent of what these parking areas would be in neighborhoods. And so yes, staff are willing to look at that for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. That was really the only question I've had. Obviously, we've had an exhaustive discussion of this today, and I really appreciate members and non-members' engagement with staff on this. To Councillor Brockington and others' points, the zoning bylaw as it's being proposed is going to be transformative in the city. It's going to extend significant new density permissions from certainly one end of the urban area to the other. I know that there is in my ward, I do appreciate that the height limits in areas like Hintonburg and Mechanicsville that were proposed to go beyond what had already been done in the R4 zoning have been dialed back a bit, but an entire new swath of my neighborhood is now proposed to go to an R4. Wellington Village is proposed to go to an N4, where previously it was restricted to things like triplexes and semi-detached. So there's some really significant changes coming to Kitchissippi Ward, and certainly I've been doing my best to talk to residents about what it might mean. Can I just put a plug in at the a couple of months ago, I had FOTEN and a number of independent planning consultants come to a workshop where they offered a storefront to residents. Residents could come in and say, here's my property. What would the new zoning bylaw mean for me? Dozens of residents came out to ask their questions on a property specific basis, found it extremely helpful. And I know that FOTEN and the other consultants would be happy to come out to your ward and do that as well for the appropriate agreement with the councillor's office. But that was extremely helpful. I don't have anything further to add other than I am glad that we are just getting that much closer to the finish line on this. I urge every councillor who's listening in, every councillor at this table, talk to your residents and let them know about the changes that are being proposed and encourage them to participate in the opportunities that are going to be presenting themselves this spring and summer. I will move through the motions first. They've gotten out of order on my desk, but I don't think there is much of an important order to them. On the Johnson motion, is that carried? Carried, thank you. On the Gower motion with respect to building heights on mainstream corridors, is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. On the Chair Brown motion with respect to minimum parking ratios in rural villages, is that carried?
Carried.
Yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays on that, Chair, or Kelly, can I get a vote on that one, please?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney, Councillor Troster,
No.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
Vice Chair Kelly,
Absolutely.
Chair Brown,
Yes.
Chair Leeper,
Yes.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
That carries. Thank you very much. None of those motions amend the main report, I don't think. So is the second draft of the zoning bylaw received to go out to further public consultation?
Received.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, that's all we had on our plate today. Just to run through the rest of the meeting, if I can find my notes. We have no in-camera items. There are any notices of motion for a subsequent joint planning committee meeting? I'm assuming not. I'm assuming no inquiries for the joint. We have no other business. We are adjourned. We will be meeting as a, says April 9th. So the Planning and Housing Committee is the next to meet, right, on April 9th? Sir? Oh, and April 9th is, oh, sorry. So the joint committee will be meeting again on April 9th to consider the OP changes stemming from the PPS. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great afternoon.